Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends brought to you by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, as always, here to kick off yet another fight night. And Blev, I mean, how you doing, buddy? We're gonna get right back into the action. A lot of spice once again.
Yeah, doing well. We had a little bit of a settling of the meta over the past couple of weeks, and well, in typical America's fashion, every once in a while you just kind of throw the dice and you got some random stuff coming through and some new lineups. Love to see it.
Yeah, love to see it. Always trying to get the meta blown up a little bit, see some crazy new stuff. And yeah, there's still some of the norm, but we've got some crazy stuff that we are excited to get into in a minute here. But to kick things off, of course, Blev, why don't you go ahead and break down the format for the fine folks at home?
Absolutely. Well, it's been a little over a month, I believe, since we changed the format, but it is still the same as we've been doing since then. We're in a Riot Lock format, 8 players, all invited, double elim, best of 3, and then it's just Riot Lock. I mean, the same thing we've been doing for the seasonals. We've got it here, so very authentic tournament experience here. And of course, Casa, the players are going to be playing for their share of that sweet, sweet $200 prize pool. But Casa, let's take a look at the players that we've got playing tonight.
Yeah, who did we invite? Who did we invite today? Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you who we invited. Floppy Mudkip, of course, returning off of their second place in the previous week. Gonna be joined by Pikemancer. We got Mafraju going up against Wolf Oru, sorry. And then What Am I versus Real Prism Sword. And Max got the tracks versus Freddo. I believe Beast Llama couldn't quite make it this week, so hopefully we'll see Beast Llama return soon enough. But Blev, to kick things off, we gotta get my boy Max. Max is finally here. Max is finally on the screen, and they're going up against an insane player from the LRA, from Pandex, Freddo. It's gonna be a really fun matchup between these two. The decks in this matchup are pretty fun. Freddo especially brought some spicy lists.
Yeah,
so I'm excited for that. But Max has been really popping off in the streaming world for Legends of Runeterra, growing pretty consistently, makes some good content, really wholesome dude, a lot of fun. He also, I have heard this. Now, I'm not sure if it's confirmed or not, but I believe it to be true that Max actually does indeed got the tracks. And I'm not sure if you know. I think he does though. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, that's what the name tells me, but we'll have to see. I mean, if he really has the tracks, he will not only win, but in the winner's interview, do a freestyle rap and rap battle me in the winner's interview.
That's true.
I'm just putting it out there.
Stay tuned for the end. If Max wins, he will be rap battling Blevins live on air.
I don't know why I signed myself up for that,
crazy,
but you know what?
But you have done it at this point, so
it's happening. I mean, we've done poetry. Rapping is like a quarter step away from poetry anyway. But going up against Freddo, you mentioning the LRA triggered in my memory where I remember them from, and it's from Boulevard and Jay Doza casting Freddo, and specifically me thinking of Jay Doza saying Freddo. I don't know why, but that is in my mind for some reason. So definitely a player, like you said, very strong. And, first time that we've seen them on Fight Night, or at least the first time in a while, my memory.
I vaguely remember them being on like maybe 20 Fight Nights ago. But
roughly
like,
20.
Freddo's been like, I've known Freddo's been around for a while in the Latin like scene, being a very good player, playing for Pandex currently. I think they like topped LRA like 3 times, or like I don't know if they won it 3 times. They've been doing really big things in the LRA for quite some time. Normally that is Jay Doza and Boulevard's turf.
Yes.
As far as the English commentary, so I know Blevins and I are a little bit less knowledgeable about the LRA and about LATAM in general, just kind of the biggest names we tend to pick up. And Freddo not having a ton of seasonal success means that Blevins and I don't have all the deep lore, but the lore we do have is people telling us like, hey, Freddo's cracked. So that's what we're excited to see, and we're excited to see the decks out of Freddo because Blev, well, he brought Pumbaa. And that's really all you have to talk about, is that he brought Pumbaa.
Wrath of the Freljord. Yes, the 8-drop hog in this deck. But that's, that is obviously a cornerstone here, but also just Nargalio in general. I think generally we saw this be Gnar Galio Braum at the, like day one of the meta. It's the, we will give Braum Formidable and go from there. This looks like it's cut some of the, the memeage there. The I don't know what the card's called, but it's the give my supported ally +0/+2 and Formidable until the end of the round. Doesn't have that, but does have a lot of just the strong Formidable cards. Obviously, Galio topping that out. Petrocyte Broadwing has been seeing play outside of the fact that it has
everywhere.
Formidable. We're also seeing the Hound, yeah. And then, some of these other cards as well, just being very, very strong, very solid, mid-rangey, board-centric deck that is going to run you over in the end game with the Galio and the Wrath of the Freljord.
Yeah, it took the deck that had the little bit of the meme potential of the Braum trying to turn it formidable and was like, what if... Yeah. Now, hear me out. Crazy thought. We take the good parts of that deck, right? The things that are just really consistent and strong. And then we just play Gnar again in another deck.
We play Gnar and Concerted Strike and all these other good cards.
And that's where we ended up here. And, I haven't seen a ton of this deck. I'm excited to see what it is able to put up just because, it's a slight variation from that previous list and exciting to have it. But alongside that, we're going to see some Pantheric, a lot more standard of a list, of course. One of Yuumi, I know you pointed out as being a little bit interesting, but we talked about how some people are liking to add a third champion nowadays, and Yuumi just perfectly kind of fits that one of slot.
Yeah, Yuumi specifically does fit a one of slot because Swim was actually the person that pointed this out to me first. Yuumi doesn't really ever die if you use the attach, right? Like if the unit dies, Yuumi comes back. You're really never playing the raw Yuumi out. So you'll just always have a Yuumi, which means if you draw a second Yuumi, instead of sometimes turning into a second Yuumi because the first Yuumi died, it's just always the Yuumi spell, which sucks, or at least is not great in this deck. Yeah. I like the one of Yuumi a lot more in the Lee Sin, which we saw last week. I really liked that. Or maybe, no, we didn't see it last week. Sorry. We saw it in Fight Night EU, which I casted 2 games of, and that's what I'm remembering is last week. I came in and saved the day for like 13 seconds, and then Panda reconnected. But I did really like it in that deck. I like it a little bit less in this deck because this deck is a lot more threat dense. Where you have all these units, you can get there with a Mountain Goat. You also have Saga Seeker and White Flame and Broadwing on top of the Pantheon Taric. You don't really need the Yuumi as that additional win con or to turn one of your very sparse threats into a win con. You kind of already have that there, but it's cute. I think it can be powerful. I don't know if it's actually the best decision in this deck.
Well, yeah, they're a cat. Of course they're cute. That's
I'm not really a cat person.
Oh, not a cat person. Okay, interesting. No. Interesting. Well, I mean, the final deck from Pareto is going to be, Tristana. I'm not going to make the same joke about it being a new champion again. It's been, 3 weeks now. I think that ship has sailed. We're seeing a lot more legit. Tristana. More of this Fae stuff, right? Like, it's just continuing to work. Like, Grandfather Fae, very strong. It sets up Yordle and Arms really, really well. You get these wide boards, and they just are dominant. I mean, this deck has just been incredibly good. I think Phase Sprout, really good addition, has been an extremely solid card, and we're seeing a lot more people play it as a 3 of instead of the 2 of or the 1 of that we used to see. And I mean, yeah, it's just a really solid list. I don't really have too much else to say about it. It's just a go wide, beat down Yordle and Arms list. It's very basic, but it's cool to see some cards that originally weren't getting much love kind of being brought into the spotlight.
Yeah, Tristana really found her own with the, proper density of multi-region cards. I mean, she's coming out. It's like the Echo in the Echo Zillion deck. It's a meme. Tristana just comes out leveled. So when you look at the champion from the leveled side, always, all of a sudden she's looking very, very powerful. And, this deck is almost the ultimate in, multi-pronged attacks. Like, you're going wide with all these small units. Sometimes they're just giant because of Tristana. Sometimes you're just wide and that's all that you need. Sometimes you're wide and you go Yordle and Arms. Sometimes you're wide and you go Golden Aegis. And then also you've got random Loping Telescope wins out of nowhere. And then Phase Sprout into Loping Telescope into wins out of nowhere. It's got like you said, it's kind of a basic deck in terms of, cards that we're all very familiar with at this point. But because it's Bandle City, it has so many options all around with the Mare, the Telescope, the Phase Sprout, all that. Like, there are lines that you can't even predict that can happen in this deck, and that makes it really, really strong.
Yeah, and it makes it very tough. I mean, I even see this deck pick up a lot of wins without ever casting a Yordle in Arms, which I think is a really scary prospect for a Yordle in Arms list when it can pick up those wins without having that combo piece. Taking a look over at Max's decks. Max's decks, I mean, for some of these, there's really not a ton to talk about, right? Like, this is just it's Sivir Akshan. There's some interesting tech choices, right? Shielded Durand, but that's just like, oh, it is a powerful combat trick. You decided that you wanted that combat trick. You wanted HP. Cataclysm as a one of. I mean, I like this card. I think it's good. I think it works well when you have things like Sivir or Vicarian Bruiser. You know, it works with Akshan too. And you know, that's kind of the main thing here. The crazier list that Max has brought is going to be the timelines. The Trundle timelines is going to be one. Like, here you're going to see just another Yordle in Arms, right? Like, we just talked about this list.
Yeah.
The final list from Max, here we go. This is going to be Trundle timelines. And, you know, we've talked about this a bit, Blev, but it's always fun to see. And we didn't really get to see the combos come out of it last time. I believe it was banned the last time it was brought to Fight Night. We didn't get a chance to actually watch it.
Maybe saw it one time.
And very nice hit that stairs. Very interesting combo, very fun combo, but also just the craziness that comes out of timelines and Pharaoh's Financier and the pillars from Trundle. I mean, it's just kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, this is the newest iteration in a deck archetype that comes around. It's not in every meta, weirdly enough, but it's the PNZ Freljord control deck. You know, in the old days, we saw Ezreal Elnux, and we saw Ezreal without Elnux, Frost Ezreal. Then we saw, you know, Teemo Shrooms, Teemo Sejuani, you know, more control, less Shroom focused. And this is, you know, obviously a different deck, but in the same vein, right? You're playing a control deck. It's PNZ Freljord. Both of those regions, you know, either sub or main goal is control. So combining them together makes a lot of sense. But we don't always see these decks. They never feel like the sort of pre-constructed decks like a TK Raka is, for example. This deck does not seem like, oh, you know, the developers of Legends of Runeterra had this deck in mind when designing the cards. This is like the opposite of that. Maybe the Buried in Ice It That Stairs combo, but, you know, a lot of this is not necessarily the most intuitive, but it all works together, right? I mean, you've got these powerful cheap spells, you've got the strong units that are generating card advantage, and then you've just got solid champions, Gnar and Trundle. They're both very powerful, high-statted units that are going to help you control the board. They're also going to be win conditions in and of themselves, but they're not necessary to win the game in this deck, which, you know, very, very strong overall.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of fun to watch, as I mentioned, and as you're saying, like, a lot of the synergies are just there. Like, Timelines decks are always really cool in the deck building prospect because you can play a lot of these cards that have strong play effects, but maybe just don't have the best body, and so therefore a lot of other decks where they do see play, they're like the only card like that sees play, and a lot of the other cards are just like value units that you're gonna want being played. But this deck just is chocked full of units that kind of like suck in the sense that, like, when you would play them, you get the effect, and that's very good, but after the fact, they're just kind of there. And you get to play a lot of these cards that, you know, we haven't even seen Icevale Archer in a minute, but it is such a powerful effect that it does provide. It's just so many pings in the meta that people are like, I can't play this card. Timelines, you can. You get a different unit that gets to come out, and maybe it doesn't just die to every ping.
Yeah, Timelines, it's... I'm still not 100% convinced that Timelines is... Well, I'm convinced it's probably not necessary for the deck, but I'm not convinced that it's even the best option in the deck. I think, like you said, you're playing a lot of these units that have play or summon effects, and then you get the effect, and then you can turn it into something slightly better in terms of the body that's left behind. But, you know, is that worth the slots in the deck? I'm not sure, and I'm not convinced that it is. But it does give you the ability to high roll, right? Like, and it gives you the natural combo with Trundle, where you have the Ice Pillar, which just turns into a real 8-drop and refills your mana. That's super, super strong, regardless of any of the other incremental or incidental value that's generated from playing Timelines.
Yep. I mean, really, that's the only reason you actually are playing Timelines. Like, you would just put different units in your deck and not play Timelines. But because you're
just play those units and be okay with it.
Yeah, I guess so. But because you're playing the Trundle combo with the Timelines, that's why these end up being higher value. Because then you are allowed to play your Timelines rather early in the game. and get that out, you can play it on a turn that you just have spell mana and you need to, you're trying to pass, or you're just trying to pass priority or whatever. Like, it's easy to cast it early on and not be upset about it because you're casting it and you still have other use cases. But you know, we should be jumping into the game relatively soon, get a chance to see this in action, or we just talked it to death and it's going to be banned. I doubt Timelines is getting banned here. I'm looking through.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like maybe a Sir-Rakshan ban, but maybe I'm wrong. How's that Panth matchup for that? Blood, do you have a read on the matchup?
I don't know the table on it. My thought is that Pantheon is probably okay into it. Like, you can't, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, we're getting word that we had some we're having technical difficulties on one of the streams, so we're actually going to be jumping into What Am I versus Prism Sword. So JK, we're not looking at any of those decks. We're looking at some different ones, but that's okay. We're getting a fantastic match one way or the other here. We'll be jumping in just a second. But before we jump into that, cast, I wanted to bring this up because we actually have a lot of players this week that are from the sign-up sheet. And if you want to sign up for Fight Night, get your name in the hat and potentially get your chance at Fight Night, you can sign up. I think it's ! sign up LOR in the chat. Our mods will put it in the chat if you want to toss your hat in the ring and potentially get your shot.
Yeah, I believe this is the first week we actually have pulled people from that sign up sheet.
Yeah,
we actually have people in. It is Pikamancer that is probably the first like true sign up sheet person that we brought in, because there were a lot of other players in this Fight Night that did sign up on the sign up sheet. They arguably would have gotten invites regardless of if they had signed up, just because they are people that we've had on our radar. But the sign up sheet does help, right? You're already on the radar, you put in interest form, it's like, oh well, yeah, there we go. So it definitely helps out a lot, so make sure you sign up if you are interested in playing. Yeah, we should be heading over to Prism Sword versus What Am I in just a moment. What Am I, interestingly, Oops All Aggro.
Oops All Aggro is right. Looks like we are on what is this, 4LW pile, I think is the name of this deck.
4LW pile. Right, I believe Mo was saying that we should just call every deck X pile, if I'm remembering correctly.
The first person you saw play the deck plus pile equals name of deck.
Yeah, Mo was very adamant that we start doing that. So I think that we'll respect his wishes and we'll start.
Right.
We'll just start calling every single deck player name plus pile. I think he'll be really stoked about that.
You win a seasonal, you get one request, okay? And I mean, it's weird that Mo used his request on that, but hey, here we are. I'm not one to
look, it just happens, I suppose. But yeah, What Am I back to their roots, just playing a bunch of aggro decks. We saw it in the seasonal. He had a really, really good run. We thought he was actually going to take that last seasonal with the aggro lineup. It looked really, really good into the field. And once again, I mean, What Am I coming into Fight Night being like, hey, I feel good about my roots, playing some aggro. Looks like a pretty decent start here, though, on the Pirates. He's going to be stunning up the Gnar, setting up a pretty wide attack with this MF.
MF having a wide attack, which is great in general. Also, a bunch of X1 units on the side of Prism Sword here means that, yes, they can block, but they are not going to chip away at this board, which means you're either taking a bunch of damage and losing your board, or you're just taking a bunch of damage. Your pick. And What Am I is fine with either of those outcomes. And here we are, down to 12. No board except for a Gnar, which, is definitely a caveat for sure.
Yep, and I mean, What Am I may be running very low on cards, but currently Prism Sword not having the most insane board clears. Actually, the Summit Fumes is pretty nice because that's going to deal with the MF. You're going to get a Pokestick out of your Gnar. And then, I mean, from that point, Pokestick can clear away one more of these. And What Am I is going to be pretty much on top decks to try and find the rest, but still having a fairly wide board after the fact, after both of these casts come through.
Yeah. Pokey stick down, MF going down. I mean, it is certainly not going to be the easiest, right? The 12 is tough. The problem is Prism Sword, you know, has all these cheap removal options as well. It's not like, you know, this is like a FTR deck where a lot of what Prism Sword is doing is very expensive and they're only able to cast one spell a turn. No, actually, a lot of the removal and interaction is quite cheap, if not as cheap as what Am I is doing.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, you know, you expect to see some themes to take out the MF as soon as possible, but the fact that Am I went for that the Demolitionist opens up the Mystic Shot that was drawn off of the Pokey Stick to try and deny 2 additional damage. And so it does leave the MF up, so you are going to take that additional damage from Misfortune, but it does just deny that immediate damage, and so essentially saves you kind of 1 life there. On top of that, I mean, now you still have the Sunfumes to try and remove later. Your Gnar actually gets the MF kill straight away, and you get to hold on to the Sunfumes to potentially deal with a future threat.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the MF is down, but this is not Scouts. MF is never really trying to level in this deck, or realistically going to be able to level. You're either, your opponent is either dead at that point, or you have no shot at winning if MF is leveling in this deck. Scrap Dash Assembly, hilariously enough, does buy a decent amount of time, but Prism Sword's going for a different option here.
Yeah, taking stress testing, that is gonna only be good if you can find kind of a synergy for it later. But with the ability to draw with Time Trick, it might just pay dividends, right? Might be able to just find like a rummage and really go off.
Yeah, I'm looking.
This is a Shellfolk list. Glorious Evolution Shellfolk.
Yep. We have... we actually don't have Rummage in the deck. And wait, we also don't have Get Excited. So I'm actually not 100% sure what the stress testing is for. I guess there's Poro Cannon, technically. We've already seen one. There's only one left.
There's one left.
There are actually no other discard options that are placed in the deck. Conchologist can get you pretty much anything, but that is it. So I'm a little dubious of the stress test, or the
No, yeah, you're right. Stress testing. Yeah.
Yeah, stress testing. Yep.
Yeah, I'm also more confused on the choice now, considering some themes being played. I mean, you can just fervor this. It is safe on 2 mana from Prism Sword. This is just entirely one of my top decks at this point, though. But he does have Prism Sword down to 3 off of this, which means that a Decimate would kill.
And there, well,
and there it is.
And there it is.
And there it is.
I was gonna say, also outside of that, I mean, a lot of time, like the plays from Prism Sword make sense if, you know, on open attack you're able to you know, present lethal, but Prism Sword was nowhere near that, right? What Am I was at 13, they had 1 power in play. What Am I was going to have a ton of time, regardless. But you know what? The game's just like, there's enough time. We're just going to speed this up. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? There's still 3 Decimates in the deck. It's pretty reasonable for What Am I to find one, and especially to find one in the next, what, 3 turns, 4 turns that he might have had to actually just draw through.
Maybe. It could have been more, honestly, depending on...
Depends on the top decks, right? Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, you know, well played by What Am I to make sure they're squeezing in all that extra little bit of damage. We didn't really see any change that necessarily could have come through from that stress testing. I don't think we actually knew all of the options there either, so could have just been a bunch of duds.
It was scrap dash, assembly,
that's right.
stress testing, and something else that made no sense in my mind. So I mean, it might not have made a difference, but the scrap dash assembly at least is, you know, 2 chump blockers potentially.
Yeah, definitely not a bad one. It looks like we might be in game 3 here, if I'm reading this correctly on top. Prism Sword, it looks like, did actually win with Ari Lulu, so that was probably a very quick game overall. Now we have spiders for one of my, starting up with a very strong fearsome board, but that is a pokey stick available for Prism Sword to just deal with the Stygian onlooker.
Yep, and that's fine. I always sweat this decision because it makes sense to kill the Stygian onlooker, but also this precious pet is threatening too. I mean, it makes sense to kill the Stygian onlooker now because Prism Sword has, you know, an answer already to the precious pet, but I always go over this in my mind when I'm presented this option to kill the 4/1 fearsome now or the 2/1 permanent fearsome.
That can always be a tough one for sure. But what am I just gonna go wide? Try and deal with the Gnar play out of Prism Sword. There is a Wallop, a Mystic Shot, and a Sump Fumes available. None of it going to be cast this turn. Just going to accept the 6. There's 3 available for one of my as well, so it could be a Fervor. You have to respect that, at least for now, while you can afford to respect it. And it's there. I mean, one of my has it.
Yeah, I think you really have to respect it, because one of the ways that you lose these matchups where, like, if you just get a little bit of extra time, I mean, look, there's just so many answers in Prism Sword's hand, and if you just fire one off there to try to, you know, save 3 life, it potentially is just cutting you off of being able to use your answers. And if you can't cast your spells, it doesn't matter how many you have, you're just dead.
Yeah, and that Time Winder is such a crazy pickup too, because that's just going to deal with these 1-drops so easily. Like, what am I I mean, generally you're going to feel good about these, like, 1-drop spam against a deck like this, but the problem becomes they end up having all of these additional pings and just completely bodying you because of it. Because now we're going to go 3 wide again immediately, maybe even 4 wide, right? Because we can actually just play the Doom Beast as well. And there's still Pokey Stick, Mystic Shot, Sump Fumes, and you can actually play all of it on this turn. Or, you know, just jam an Otterpuss because it can block.
Yep. Yeah, this is not good for what am I. I wouldn't be surprised if Prism went for a pre-kill onto a Saboteur here to save 1 damage, potentially. Especially since... Yeah, looks like that's what we're gonna...
it's gonna go to the Stygian, because I guess Gnar doesn't want to block it, which is reasonable.
Yep. And this is bad to Group Shot.
Is Group Shot being run?
No, I guess it's not. So
yeah, and he already saw the card.
Shot.
He saw the Conchologist card. So he actually, like, what am I...
There's no...
This decision that he's making right now should not be whether or not Group Shot is there. It should be whether or not it is worth casting your Noxian Fervor at this stage. And does it go to the Gnar or does it go to the face? Those are the questions that one of my has to ask, because this is not ever possible to be interrupted.
Yeah, I think it has to go Gnar. I think it's the same damage, right? Like, you're getting one of these through, which is effectively 3 damage. You're either getting the actual 3 from Doom Beast, or you're getting the 2 plus a future 1 potentially. Now, we're in a similar situation as last game, though. Prism down to 6, which is, you know, granted, not 1 draw. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. It could be 1 draw if it's Stalking Shadows. Not 1 draw can't do 6, but you know, we're only a couple of good top decks from what am I away from winning the game, whereas Prism has put effect 0 pressure on, right? There's a deliciously sexy Forge Worker in play, but nothing really pressuring what am I right now.
Yeah, I mean, and for what am I, this Stalking Shadows is actually like a really good start to what he needs to do. Like, if he hits Doom Beast off of this, game is all but won. He just has to find a decimate once again, and we know that that it has good odds of eventually happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of decent rips here. See the Stalking Shadows. It's gonna make it cost 5, basically irrelevant. But you do get to see.
And there's Doom Beast.
There's a Doom Beast.
And it's always your choice, but now what am I gonna have to find something else to activate these?
Right.
Which should be reasonably easy enough.
Okay, Thermo Beam. Gonna stop 1. I don't think that really matters. Well, obviously killing the unit matters. At least we have enough to play both. Yep. So we're gonna be
play both,
lethal.
and then you hit what, decimate, or is there any other? I mean, this spiders. I think there's less burn overall. Decimates. I mean, pokey stick into pokey stick. You know. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong deck. What deck do I have open right now? What is that?
We've got Fervor and Decimate as the
Gnar
burn,
zigzag,
and then another Doom Beast would be an out as well.
Yeah.
And Astral Fox even.
Astral Fox is like one of the worst ones though, because it can get countered so easily. But
right.
Technically, yeah. I mean, it's there.
Launch. What are we seeing? What they end up taking. It is a jury rig. Okay, well, what am I probably not getting through with attacks anytime soon?
Yep, but you can at least send the ephemeral one in to potentially just trade away. You could keep the real one back just in case you get like an Astral Fox, so you can just try and yeet that.
I think you do. Trading... I can't see trading this 3-2 away does much. The Astral Fox is now not an out.
Yeah, you also have Demolitionist. Yeah, it has to be correct to keep your
Demolitionist.
And there we go, right? Yeah, it has to be correct to keep your unit. Now, we know Prism Sword has this Mystic Shot, right? Like, it's not going to make a difference on that, but it would force the Mystic to come down. And then that leaves you with another unit on board for another Demolitionist or an Astral Fox. So... yeah, it never seems to be correct to actually just attack there with that additional Doom Beast.
You're not getting through. That's the thing, is that the 3-2 is obviously never getting through, because if it does, you win the game and your opponent's not going to do that. So trading a 3-2 for anything, like, you need to just buy yourself extra draws, right? And have something in play for Fervor or for Demolitionist or for Astral Fox. There's Astral Fox. I think you have to play the... well, I guess it doesn't really matter which one you play first.
Fox first is better because it beats like single... oh, wait, no, actually...
they both have 3 health.
I forgot Demolition is 2-3. She thick.
Yeah. I will say, we already brought it up, but this is a significantly worse spot now that, you know, what am I through the 3-2 away?
Yeah, it would have been really good to be able to throw Demolitionist on the 3-2, force the Mystic, then you Astral Fox. Yeah. Should be able to avoid like any possible counterplay.
I think you're fine just going for this. Oh, actually, no, I think we wanted to do this in the opposite direction because
the other like part of this 6, 7, 8, 9.
No, this is better because you wanted the 3-3 left over.
I'm also wondering, there's only 9 damage on board, which would leave you at 5. Was it actually incorrect?
Well,
I'm curious if it was not correct to actually play out that turn. Because there's still a Doom Beast out, and like there's still a lot more. But I still think
thinking the same thing.
This is still, I mean, this is still fine for what am I? He just has to survive right here, which he can easily do. And then he wins with the Decimate.
Yeah.
Finding, you know, another top deck Decimate. This one took a couple more turns than the last time around, but he was in a position that, hey, I can wait like 4 turns and see my draws. and get there. Not the cleanest play I've ever seen out of one of my on an aggro deck, but he got there. He got there. He figured it out.
Yep. I mean, hey, and you could see in the video like what am I's frustration from the realization of like, oh, there was no reason to attack with that 3-2.
No, you immediately saw. You immediately saw.
Yeah. But hey, that's gonna be what am I taking it down 2-1 versus Real Prism Sword. And hey, what am I flexing the aggro muscle a little bit more? Not just a Targon one trick, not even just an aggro one trick, but able to do it all and more, taking down round number 1.
Yeah, I mean he skipped aggro day for a couple months in a row going to the lore gym, right? And now he's gotta get those back. His like Targon muscles are like yoked, they're huge,
right?
And he's just got little tiny aggro legs that he's rebuilding. He's rebuilding because they used to be some thick aggro legs, and now he's just bringing them back.
Some big Battle Fury muscles.
Big Battle Fury muscles. I mean, he's getting there, right? Like we see some really, really good plays out of What Am I throughout these games. Yeah. It's just with aggro, you kind of, this is the funny thing about aggro is like you kind of have to play almost perfect. There's not always a ton of decision trees, but if you make any wrong decision, a lot of times it just causes you to immediately lose the game. It didn't happen here for What Am I, but actually came close to. He got bailed out by that second decimate. So
yeah,
worked out.
And I want to point out a comment that Aikedo made in chat that mentions, the long and short of it is, there was not really enough pressure being put on from Prism Sword there, where like, yes, that sort of misstep from What Am I isn't able to be fully punished because there's just not a lot of pressure being put on. And I mean, that's the other side of the coin. It's like, oh, you just need to survive against aggro, and then, once you stabilize, then it's over. Well, in Runeterra, a lot of times they're doing chipped incremental damage and then just barely getting there. So even if you stabilize the board, you have the Decimate top decks, you have the Noxian Fervor top decks, you have all of the units that are dealing direct damage top decks to push them over the top. So you also need to not only be clearing the board and keeping your life total high, but also putting on that pressure as well, or else the aggro deck just gets too much time.
Yeah, and we mentioned it in the first game and in the second game. What Am I? It was like, okay, well now he needs to decimate. He has no tools, but I guess he's got 4 or 5 turns to get there. And the first time it was 1 turn. Second time it was, 3 or 4 turns itself. So took quite a bit of time, but still eventually getting there. But yeah, that's What Am I advancing on the winner's side. Prism Sword will be dropping down to the lower bracket, but will still have that shot to run it back. Cool to see some Shellfolk being brought. Haven't seen a ton of it recently. Occasionally we're seeing like a one of in the tournament being brought, but getting Prism Sword to bring some of that is a lot of fun. Top side of the bracket, Floppy and Mafraju able to pick up their win, so we'll see them in the winner semifinal. But winner semifinal will be coming up in just a moment here, Blev. We are going to run to a short break, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we just ran right through round number 1, Blev. Got to watch What Am I return to aggro. And now, you know, we're going to be moving into round number 2, where we're going to see, you know, Floppy Mudkip versus Mafraju. But let's take a look at that bracket and kind of update everybody on where we're at after round 1.
Yeah, we are going to obviously see Mudkip versus Mafraju. My boy, Pycomancer, not able to take it against one of the best in the world in Floppy. So, you know, I'm personally sad because Pycomancer is a personal friend of mine that I know IRL, old Magic Grinder. But, hey, still has a chance in the losers bracket. Mafraju able to take down Wolforiu. We saw What Am I versus Prism Sword, and Max versus Ferretto. I don't know if we're still waiting on that result or if it just hasn't updated yet. Oh, it is still going. Of course, yes, the technical delay. They're still in a game 3, but we're you know, the show must go on, so we're going to target the top of the bracket for now. Mudkip versus Mafraju.
Yeah, we are going to jump into Mudkip versus Mafraju, and What Am I playing triple aggro will probably catch the bracket back up as soon as that other match is done. Hopefully so, with that lineup. But, you know, we are going to be jumping in with Floppy and Mafraju. Mafraju has been an insanely good player for a while now. And so this matchup I'm really hyped for, because she's going up against Floppy, who, of course, you know, we got the stats from Santupe. I don't know if we need to get fact checkers to go through and make sure, but based on his info, which is always really good, all his intel is always crazy. Floppy does have the most Fight Night wins at 4.
Tied.
I thought someone else was tied with him, but he is the most. He's the most. America's.
Oh, in America's, yes, in America's,
the most.
Tied with Ultraman, I believe, is
in EU.
In EU. But yeah, in America's has the most. I think we had some, you know, we may have ascended, we may have promoted Winding God to legendary status, thinking that he had more wins than he actually did. And in our minds and in our hearts, he has the most wins. But those don't count until he can come back and prove it again. There she is, Mafraju, top player. I mean, master rank 52. I mean, has been on the Brazil side, has played in a number of BR Fight Nights as well. So definitely love the crossover here. And, you know, Floppy, I know you can tell just from Floppy's lineup that he wants that 5th win to be undisputed, most Fight Night wins across all regions, but it's not going to be an easy journey no matter who.
Not at all. I mean, so Mafraju has done really well in the Brazil Fight Nights. She's done really well in tournament scene. She's a really good streamer, really enjoyable to watch. But we've also had her on America's in the past. She did top 4, I believe, the first time that she was on America's Fight Night. She's actually had very good runs. And so we're happy to have her back. I mean, the reason we just haven't had her back in a while is because she's been overplaying in the Brazil Fight Nights quite a bit. So we don't have as many Brazilian players on. So it's a rare treat when we actually get to have some of these Brazilian players come in and play America's as well. And Julia Mafra's been one that we've wanted to have back on for a while. And I'm glad that we are getting to have her on this week. And she already won her first round. I mean, Mafraju versus Floppy Mudkip. This is a matchup I don't know if I've gotten to see before, so I'm really excited.
No, and you know, it's really hard for me to pick someone that's not Floppy at Fight Night just statistically. But let's take a look at Julia's decks here. We've got those lined up. She's got a very, I would say, unconventional lineup here, starting off with the old Lurk. You know, you love to see it. It's a deck that's actually, you know, it went from, I think, not last season, but the season before was actually quite oppressive, at least in terms of ladder play. You know, saw a lot of it. I know that I actually have played against her on ladder, her playing this very deck. And I mean, it is a menace. It will get wins in matchups it has no business winning, but it also can be handled by some decks as well too. So it's certainly a double-edged Lurk sword to bring this in a lineup.
Double-edged bone skier is what it is.
Yes.
You know? Certainly so. I mean, yeah, this deck can be very coin flippy. It does have those situations where it's like, okay, my attack token's on 2. Okay, I missed Lurk. Okay, go next. Right? Like, it can happen. But also there is some skill expression with just how you utilize your pikes and your Xeyes and making sure you're putting them back on the top of the deck when you get the chance, and also just knowing when to overextend, when to not, when to blood bait, when to snapjaw swarm. There's a lot of things that are little optimizations that'll increase your win rates by certain percentages. And sometimes you're just gonna high roll people and just lurk them to death. But there are some more I would say more interesting lists that have also been brought by Morphergy this week.
I got to bring up this story that I played because this is just ridiculous. I played against a lurk deck. It wasn't Julia playing it the other day, and my opponent, I was on darkness, and I have the 3/2 that pumps darkness. They attack with their 1 power lurk. They miss. I get a free block. They then play the Snapjaw Swarm on 2. Miss again. I get another free block, and it was 0 power. So then I get to attack with the 3/2.
3 cranks for Catalyzer.
Yeah,
Wild.
It was great. My opponent conceded on the spot there, so I didn't actually get to see how that game played out, but that was about how it would have played out anyway. But we're here with the Nar Swain Casa, and I'm really not the biggest fan of this deck. I don't like it really at all.
I mean, I like it because it has Swain.
It's fun. It's cool.
I like Swain
Teeny
a lot.
Dactyl's an interesting card. I kind of think that this deck is trash.
I mean, a lot of people just think that Swain is trash in general, and I don't know if that's your opinion as well, as to why potentially you don't like it.
It's playing the Leviathan. It's a bait card in my
well, I mean,
it's bait in my.
That's why people hate Swain though, because it feels like why would you play Swain and not play Leviathan though? It feels like that is terrible. So it's like if you hate the Leviathan, you probably just hate Swain decks.
Yeah.
Because I think you have to play it. This deck's cool. We got Starlets here. Now, interesting for this one, like the payoff is, I guess, your Ezreal, because normally the payoff on a Starlet Seer deck would have like a 1-cost elusive that you would be trying to buff up. Like Fizz is the one that comes to mind, right?
Right.
But instead, we've got the Ezreal as potentially the payoff, or maybe, I guess, a Sejuani with just an insanely high amount of overwhelm damage. You put the vulnerable on and you just end the game. This one's fun though. Starlet Seer in the current year.
I have not seen that deck in that version, in that form ever. I don't think the Ezreal Starlet Seer deck, I've not seen it all, but it makes sense. It's sort of, you know, diverging or not diluting, but it is presenting multiple threats, right? You either have a giant Ezreal or a giant unit that is getting pumped from Starlet Seer, or you've got the Ezreal line and you're playing this control deck. I like it. It's really interesting. Unfortunately, we're not going to be... Oh, no, we will see it. It did not get banned.
Yeah.
Or we'll potentially see it at least.
No Nar Swain. We're kicking things off with Scouts versus Lurk.
Yep. We sure are.
These are facts.
I think... It's really hard to do matchup tables with Lurk, right? Because the numbers are skewed because there are so many non-games in both directions, I feel. Like, you can have matchups that you have no reason winning on paper and you just win because it's Lurk. And then the inverse of that is true as well. I think with, like, average draws, my gut is saying that Scouts probably is fine, but maybe not. I guess I don't really know. I would think so. Just being able to, you know, pick off units with, you know, challengers and misfortune, like right here. I mean, this is going to be great. Floppy going to get 2 attacks with the Valor. Also going to be able to pick off probably at least 2 units here. Seems pretty strong.
Yeah, this is really nice. I think a lot of lesser players would have looked at that turn 2, having Duran Sculptor and having their MF and been like, oh, I want to get my HP buff on to my MF.
Yeah.
That always feels good. Now, of course, this is a Lurk matchup. Doesn't really matter that much, right? Like the extra HP. It's not like they're going to directly target your MF outside of a Bone Skewer, and probably they're going to have more than 3 damage anyway. So what's a lot better, and what Floppy does, is plays the 1-drop, plays the Penny Squire, gives a potential attack ability right out the gates, and on top of that, saves enough mana off of playing the 1-drop instead of the 2-drop to actually play this Valor, and that gives you the Scout attack, which is going to give 2 pumps to this MF. And if you can find another Scout before the attack token on 5 or on this next draw, then this MF is lovely.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, Floppy traded the 2/2 for the 2/2 there. Could have taken a value block with Misfortune. there's not a lot of ways to deal direct damage to...
Oh, no. No. This is so brutal for Julia. I think this is probably the correct choice. You have to kill this MF. But the problem is like, there's combat tricks that can answer. The roughest part about this too is like you're beating Sharpsight here. Like she took into consideration like, okay, I'm gonna beat Sharpsight, I'm gonna beat Resolve. I won't beat both of them, but you know that's a two-card combo. Riposte you lose to.
Yeah. And the riposte is I'm assuming a one.
It's a one-off. Yeah, it's a one-off.
Yeah. That is absolutely brutal.
Yep. Well, for Lurk, if you're the Lurk player, like you're in this spot and there's not really another option for your hand, right? Like this is what you have to do. You need to kill off this MF. The game is in a losing state. If you get that play, you're not even necessarily like hard winning at this point, but you are just in a much better spot. Fortunately for Mafraju, there is no scout, so this is not going to be a leveled MF on this attack. So a little bit of time has been bought, and there is going to be that hammer fin there that can give vulnerable to MF, so there might be another opportunity to remove her prior to her actually getting the level up.
Yep. Floppy potentially can play out the Protector here. Could even give it Challenger if he so desires. Looks like potentially just saving the resources, getting the proc, getting the attack. I mean, you're pretty much fine taking the trade here. I think, yeah, does not want to put Misfortune into harm's way. Wants, you know, to force Floppy to have an answer here, or sorry, wants to force Mafraju to have another answer to threaten to kill the MF. Also, Floppy going to be able to defend the MF with the Bright Steel Protector on this turn. Of course, we do see some damage here potentially coming out with the Bone Skewer.
Yeah, there might be an opportunity there. I'm not sure. Maybe Floppy is also playing around Pike by holding up that mana to protect the MF, since his damage is going to be lower than 5, so Sharpsight would have defended against that. Yeah. Not 100% sure on the reasoning for his play, but he does have the luxury of being able to play slow, so I'm gonna, you know, I don't see anything wrong with the way he went. Might see Tattered Banner. I suppose that would just be giving the challenger to something for a future turn, but gonna hold off on that. Bright Steel Protector, of course, gonna make sense onto the MF as like an early play. You want to stop the drag from the Under Titan, pulling your MF in, getting the free kill, and you want to hold your combat tricks. So I don't really see another play outside of Protector. Yeah. We are going to, of course, get that.
This is going to work out, though, for Mafraju, should she want it to. We can attack, pull the MF, which will proc the shield, which then now we can play Bone Skewer. Kill the MF. Though this does not leave, this leaves a pretty strong open attack regardless, right? Also, Floppy can actually protect the
he can Sharpsight, Resolve.
Sharpsight and Resolve, which I think you have to open attack into leveled MF, which is going to be doing 4, 7, 10, 13. Yeah, I mean, it's basically lethal.
I mean, easy decision, right? You're leveling MF. You definitely just want to do this. It's such a huge punish because, you know, Mafraju is getting rid of her unit with the Bone Skewer. And there you can see the shadow. No, it's just Floppy had all the answers to all of the kind of desperation plays that were required to be made. Because you're in this spot in Lurk where you don't have another thing to do that's going to help you get back on board. You're forced into making these plays. And Floppy has the perfect answer to every single one of them. So Scout's really lining up well into Lurk in this game, making it incredibly tough. But now there's got to be 2 wins from Floppy on, I believe it's Sivarek Sean. Yeah, Sivarek Sean.
Yeah, well, one win from Floppy.
Sorry, 2 wins from Julia beating.
Yes, beating Floppy. Yep. Well, we will have to see. Looks like starting off, not keeping anything on the side of Lurk here. Does have the attack token on one, though, which is, you know, that's number one. That's the first thing that you want to do. So this was a full mulligan from Mafraju. Gets a couple of 1-drops.
Yeah.
Gets the refill. Has the Under Titan. If we can get a quick, quick couple of Lurk hits here. Maybe a Rek'Sai here or there. It would be nice to find a Rek'Sai or a Pike though, because you can put it on top, proc that immediately.
Yeah, if that happens on attack 1, I mean that's a really great start, especially with these double call to packs sitting right here.
Okay.
So it's not a Rek'Sai.
It's not a Rek'Sai.
We can't tell if it's a Pike or not because we're on Floppy's side. Yeah.
It is. Okay. Snapdraw Storm on 2.
That's not bad. Like you
no,
like Snapdraw Storm. And there we go. Another Lurk. No. Oh, it's
Rek'Sai. It's a Rek'Sai.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's a start. That's a start.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I agree, Floppy. You know what? I agree.
Yeah. And you know what? I agree with that Earth. Oh, yes. And the Petrosite wouldn't even be able to block the 4-1, so just take your trade now. Not too shabby. All right.
I mean, the pain train has slowed down for sure at this point because of the fact that, you don't have another lurker to immediately play. But you can still go relatively aggressive if you wanted to. Looks like we're just gonna just
take your 2 procs, sure, and you want to refill your hand.
Yep.
You got some mid and late game now. This is pretty much where you want to be.
You take your 2 damage and you get the crazy proc. So you still take it, right? Like you still take it. The pain train has slowed, but the pain train is currently refueling and it's getting a lot of speed put into it.
Oh yeah. Well, on your next attack token, you're going to have Under Titan. Unless you spend all of your mana here, you're also going to be able to put a Rek'Sai back on top again if you want to. Also, depending on what Rek'Sai is at, we potentially have the ability to just play the Rek'Sai and attack. That's also maybe a possibility.
Yeah, I believe we are... Math is difficult. We already had
the problem is I don't even remember what Rek'Sai starts at. So that's my first. I think it's a 3/6.
Power, right? Yeah, 3
okay,
power.
It's at 8 now. So yes, Rek'Sai can just attack. You can play Rek'Sai and just attack next turn if you'd like. Make your pick. What would you like to do? And just casually play a 7 power 3-drop that allows you to predict.
Yeah, it's okay, I guess. It's a decent play. Your 3 mana 7/3 predict. Man, I don't know. You might want to play that.
I'd probably put that in my deck.
Consider it at least.
The ultimate tease for Floppy is offering him a pass when he would want to attack. He always wants to take that pass. All right. It was a pretty quick take.
Yeah, curious if it was a Bone Skewer or a one of your non-lurk cards. A lot of times you want to take those and predicts on off turns.
Oh,
no, it's a Pike.
Good old Pike.
Oh, because we also have another call.
Yeah,
so
we
sure
do.
You can just top that Pike.
Yeah. If I know Floppy can't even. The Concerted Strike doesn't even matter. Not big enough to kill the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and you can't play it with anything else. Only 6 mana.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this Rek'Sai is leveling.
Rek'Sai's leveling, which is going to be huge. Pike spell generated, hand refilled.
Cataclysm Sharpsight.
Does work.
Do you just have to do it?
The punish, there's not really a big punish, I don't think.
Well, I mean, by playing a unit here, I mean, that does allow the level up. It's coming through.
Yeah. All right. Call it back.
Put the pike on top.
Mm-hmm. Guess what? We're procking. And we're procking Rek'Sai. And, oh, by the way, it was a pike that I put on top. There she is, our queen, Rek'Sai.
Yeah, you rarely get to see this level up, because normally when it's about to happen, the other player just forfeits.
Yep. Okay, we can just sharp sight here, kill the Rek'Sai. It is going to come at the cost of 6 damage to the face. But Sivir still intact.
Oh, 1 mana 8/2. Cool.
Yeah, I'd play that. I'll probably put a 1 mana 8/2 in my deck. All right, it will be challenged though. How about a 2 mana? I get to attack right now, potentially 8/2.
Yeah, let me attack for 7. Let me attack for 8.
And
Let's make it 8. Let's make it 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Floppy does not have the luxury of taking the trades that he wants. Of course, the Sivir trade is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered. But, you know, Julia's going to want to take and is essentially going to force Floppy to take every 1-for-1 trade here. It's all going to be mana inefficient for Floppy. It's going to be card resource inefficient. And, oh, by the way, we have Under Titan. We've got Vulnerable. And, we've got a good old-fashioned Jawlfish if the game goes even longer.
Yeah, I mean, Floppy also just gets... Morphojuice just gets to put Vulnerable on this Sivir. That might just force like a Concerted to even just stay alive or keep the Sivir alive. But she can also just develop and try and threaten this 10 damage, which pretty much any unit is just 10 damage now.
Yep. Not just any unit, every unit.
Well, not that one. But that one can just pull the Sivir.
Yeah, that's good enough to kill the Sivir. Let's get the old pike. Of course, this Rite of Negation is going to be quite strong here. Perhaps a bit quick off the draw there with the pike spell. All right, Floppy more than happy to take the 5. I'm not sure. I feel like there was very little reason to not pull with the 5/2 there. I guess
you could have saved Sivir with a sharp sight if in that case, right?
That is part of the little reason, I suppose. All right, Snapjaw Swarm. What do we got? Another hit. All right, there's our Under Titan, 12 attack, going to be even bigger and have Spell Shield and Overwhelm on the attack. I imagine we probably open with a Jawlfish next turn. I guess depending on the draw.
Yeah, Floppy doesn't have enough mana for Concerted. Because if you could just Concerted this right now, you could get so much pressure out. The Lucky Finds could even just get so much damage, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is 10. This is just good old-fashioned 10 coming through. Of course, now the Jawlfish looks a lot better. Floppy going to be able to kill one of the units with the Concerted next turn, kill the Under Titan, but that's going to be the rest of the resources from Floppy. And Julia is going to be having quite a number of threats here. Just going for the attack. This makes sense.
Yeah, get Spell Shield, right? So you can't,
Spell Shield.
There's just nothing you can even do about it.
Yeah.
Would have had to remove it on the previous turn so that it can't get Spell Shield, but no mana.
There's Lurk.
Can't do it. You can't actually do it. That's a pretty crazy Lurk game. We got a lot of things that you don't always get to see in lurk games, and even when you do see them, you don't see them because they're just forfeited with the Rek'Sai level up, and we even saw the Pike. I mean, it's just crazy start with that hand too. 1 drop with 2 call to packs into having a turn 2 draw on Snapjaw into Rek'Sai. Kind of wild, and now we're gonna see something maybe just as wild as that with the Starlit Seer. Ezreal already in hand, though, I would say that's probably a negative. I think that's you want him as someone you're buffing up with the Seer, but maybe the strategy is Sejuani. Maybe that's who you're buffing with this.
Also, Casa, I didn't see this in the actual deck list because I didn't scroll down. There's a Field of Rush in this
There is
deck
one
too.
FTR. Yeah, there's a single FTR.
Which I think that's actually a non-bow with Starlit Seer, right? Like, I think it doesn't stack the way that you want it to, but I've also never played that combination.
I couldn't tell you.
I have no idea.
Couldn't tell you.
I've got no idea.
I believe FTR, it says set, right? It says set to 10-10.
It says, oh no, it says raise their stats. So it will, if it's below 10-10, it'll put it up to 10-10, but if it's higher, it won't reduce
there
it.
you go.
So.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily help the Starlight Seer game plan, but it doesn't actively hurt it.
Right. Okay. So it works.
And also just this combo, crazy.
Oh yeah.
Ballistic Bot, Starlight Seer.
Combo online. Oh no, this combo you mean?
Ah, the combo's online. Floppy's got to consider, you know, Akshan spell. Where's it going? Where's the Akshan spell going? Which one do we got to take out? Because you can't just let this engine like go on forever.
Well, we can't even Akshan spell yet.
Yeah, nothing's.
Also, you wouldn't even be able to kill the Puffcat Peddler yet. Of course, in combination with other spells you can, but ooh. And every action that Floppy takes is just another crank of the engine potentially. What?
Offered you over there playing an engine builder, not actually playing Legends of Runeterra. Different game.
Yep.
I do love me a good engine builder.
Yeah, just set up the
some good board games.
Yeah, just set up the like it's almost like building up econ and like drones in StarCraft. Just like, you know, get them farming some materials for you, and then like, you know, the macro will do itself. Just buy stuff. That's fine. This is just generating value, and that's really all that matters. All right. Drew allowing some trades here, or at least a threat of some trades.
Okay, so is this a troll chant then, I imagine? Wow.
Could be.
Okay with just losing the Starlit Seer.
That's probably fine. The Starlit Seer, I think, is probably the least important part of this engine. This will allow a trade up. It's basically gaining 5 with the Starlit Seer and then a trade up. It's going to now cost Floppy another card to deal with the Puffcat Peddler, which is actually like a threat, especially with Sejuani, or, you know, going towards the Sejuani level up. And if Floppy wanted to do anything on the combat chain, yes, the Troll Chant really makes that hard to do effectively.
Right, Cataclysm is an option here to try and take out the Peddler. This will be answerable by Troll Chant.
Yes.
Or actually, there's a Mystic shot. I did not notice Mystic, so Mystic's just gonna be the option. Take out the Akshan.
Yep. That is sure gonna happen. And all the while, a couple more shrooms put through. But there's a couple more Akshans where that came from.
All right. Again, the Akshan. Countdown goes through. Puff caps have begun, Blevins. They have begun the attack with everything. Peddler just going to come in as well. Pressure being put on.
Yep. I don't hate this. Again, like the engine has, you don't need it to do the whole thing here, right? Like if Sharp Sight comes out, that means one other piece of your engine is going to survive. Troll Chant also makes this very, very tasty. And also Ezreal gonna, you know, is gonna make it through here unless the Concerted Strike comes out targeting the Akshan. We even have another Troll Chant to potentially stop this.
Yeah, good Troll Chant. If you want to just keep the Ballistic Bot alive, you also, well, you probably would never want to static. You probably want to keep your mana for the Mystic that you're generating, but instead, just gonna be the Flash Freeze.
Yeah, this is fine. Just keep all of your stuff around, keep the engine going. You take out one unit, yes, you know, Akshan got the trade, but you got rid of a spell here. You got a proc you got a target from Ezreal. You're gonna be able to play another Ignition if you'd like. Still looking in a pretty great spot from Offerdue here. I mean, like eventually Ezreal's going to take this over, and there hasn't been any pressure applied yet, and there's not really a ton of pressure being threatened here from Floppy.
Yeah, and I guess your choice was always like, I'm either playing this Ignition or I'm playing the generated Mystic. And so really it is just like, okay, I will lose 1 damage on the Ignition, but what is the better card for me to lose out of my Flash Freeze and my Troll Chant?
Right.
And Troll Chant can protect 2 units at the same time on an attack, while the Flash Freeze only protects 1. So I actually think that makes a lot of sense when you contextualize it that way from Offerdue to decide on Flash Freeze versus Troll Chant in that decision tree. Even though you're throwing away that extra little bit of damage from the generated Mystic versus the generated Ignition, but does not matter in the long run.
Ooh, the Petrosite Broadwing, the low-key good against Troll Chant, or at least it removes half of what is good with Troll Chant. But pulling with Akshan is going to open up another Troll Chant possibility.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pull the Peddler again, I imagine, as well, right? So it's just a matter of like, what are the total attacks? Leaving Peddler, just going for the Ezreal. Troll Chant, just going to be able to stop that.
Pretty much nightmare scenario. We can still Concerted, but it's so bad into everything. Like, Concerted here to try to kill the Ezreal. I mean, it does threaten to save the Akshan, but then Mystic Shot comes down, kills the 4-2. And I guess if you... Okay, no, you would... No, yeah, if you kill the 4-2, you're not killing Ezreal. Yeah, this is not good. All right, Ezreal's
really
also not killing Akshan, so no real reason to do that, but...
Sivir.
So Shroom Room operators working overtime this fight night. Right, a snap pick. Oh, how about another Mystic Shot to go on top of this free one I'm going to be getting?
Floppy just doesn't care how many mushrooms are in his deck. Because I'm curious. Floppy doesn't care, though.
Floppy doesn't care. Yeah.
It doesn't actually matter to his game plan. Like, there's no reason for him to check. It doesn't actually matter.
Right. Okay, this theoretically... Oh, we can save Ezreal here. We point a burn spell at we kill Akshan with Mystic Shot or freeze Akshan, and then depending on if Ezreal is leveled or not, you can just point any amount of damage at the Petrosite here and save Ezreal.
Yep, there's Brittle.
Freeze Akshan, yep, that's part 1.
Is that the level? It's not, so there's the Mystic. Yep, there it goes.
Okay. And that's the level. So we're getting more damage through. And Ezreal's leveled, which now means tons of damage. Down to 8. I mean, we have 6. Oh, no, we have lethal in hand. This is over. This is it. Okay, and Floppy did not go for the rally here, so we're not even going to have enough time to kill. So, and even if it did, wasn't going to be enough. That's going to be Mafraju moving in to the winners finals, bumping down Floppy Mudkip to the lower bracket.
Puffcat Peddler. He's
Puffcat
back.
Peddler putting in work. I mean, I would say he did a lot of work, but the ballistic bot probably did 8 damage on its own with the ignitions. That was awesome. That's going to be game number 3, taking down Starlit Ezreal.
Didn't think I would see a Starlit Seer in the current year.
Yeah.
Definitely not something I was anticipating. But I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm happy that we got to see Mafraju bring this deck, picks up the W against Floppy, who has just been so dominant in Fight Night as of late. And she's going to move on to the winners bracket final. Just needs one more to secure that invite back to the next Fight Night. I mean, crazy, crazy stuff. The lurk, I mean, look, you can say that lurk game was a high roll, but there was a low roll right before it. So that's just the way, that's just lurk. Like, that is what happens with lurk.
Yep.
That last game, though, there were a lot of tight decisions to be made, and I don't know if I would have made all of the same calls as Mafraju, but that's just because of the fact that I don't know what the hell you do with this deck right now, because we haven't seen it played in, like, months. But it looks like she clearly had plenty of practice on it, and she played really, really clean. It was awesome to see.
Set up the Rube Goldberg machine, press the button, and watch all the gears go
the
through.
Engine builder. The engine builder.
The engine builder that just like you watch the marbles go through, and then a little shroom pops out, boop, 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 and then Ezreal comes in and eats the shroom and punches you in the face. That's what happens.
That is what the Mafraju Rube Goldberg device is. It is a mushroom dispenser that then Ezreal comes and eats the mushroom and punches you in the face. Yep. Thank you, Blev.
I think for a name for this deck, you know, in honor of Mo, we called this Julia Pile because, you know, that's just what Mo would want.
It's what Mo would want. It's what Mo would want.
Yeah, well, you know, we're just trying to make him happy.
Oh my god. All right. But we're jumping on board with What Am I versus Max Got the Tracks.
Shroom Goldberg machine, by the way, is the name of that
deck. Goldberg device.
Shroom Goldberg device. There it is. Yes, we got there.
That's the real deck name.
That's the real name.
The Shroom Goldberg device.
Yeah, also known as Julia Pile, but yeah, colloquially referred to in Mo's company as.
Okay. All right.
Mafra Pile. There we go.
The Island Navigator gonna come down from What Am I? No misfortune this time around, but does have the Dragon Chow, so you know he's really stoked about that one.
Well, Casa, Max was at 13, just did 2 down to 11. 4 plus 4 plus 3 is 11.
Yeah,
so,
true. Dead on spells.
Pretty good.
Dead on spells, but if Max has the right combination of spells, they can actually answer. They can answer the fervor, essentially stay alive. And also, if they've got like
it's gonna be tough.
Certain combination of rallies and things, maybe they can get through. This board's kind of wide from What Am I though, so the race is really, really rough for Max. Yeah. But the Decimate's certainly gonna make this a tough time. He just needs to find the mana to cast everything.
The Decimates and the Porofly randomly having Spell Shield going to make it even tougher to beat this fervor.
That's a good point.
Yeah, this is looking good on the side of What Am I here. I mean, just needs the actions, but we've seen this happen before where, okay, you have lethal amount of burn in hand, but you need to be able to sequence it and have your opponent not kill you. Like, this is a deck that can kill you with very few actions, even if they don't have attack token. And we're going to be going into what looks like 7 mana on the side of What Am I. That's going to be, you know, that means we're going to have to go Decimate, and that's it for your turn. Into another slow speed Decimate.
Okay, well, there's more burn.
Yeah, that doesn't change the clock, unfortunately, for What Am I.
Nope, but he can play it this turn, so it can be 1 game action to decimate on the next turn.
Yeah. I wonder what the benefit of what is the benefit of passing there? If your opponent takes that pass and open attacks you, I guess you're not dead. So I guess maybe that's the benefit. And then next turn,
you're not dead. You play 2 decimates.
Had 8,
and then you have,
11.
Yeah.
You would still not. You'd still be a little bit off, but I guess you're off regardless.
But you'd play 2 decimates after they just used an attack token, and you'd be able to just.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if. I mean, open pass is probably fine there. I don't know. It's probably quite
I
negligible.
think the turn I guess the action economy still plays out. Like the clock does not change with that open pass. If Max takes the open pass and open attacks or develops, what am I still killing in the same amount of time? Hilarious that Max understands and appreciates the value in killing this randomly generated portal fly. I mean, it's not that hard of a thing to see that, oh, I want to kill the spell shield unit because they could have fervor and it's going to take me 2 spells to kill it.
Yeah, I mean, Max probably just doing this the best way you can, right? Like, you just set up for your lethal on this turn because we've talked about, like, needing to race.
Yeah,
so he probably has a rally, too, and he's just dead.
There... Okay, I was wondering if Max is running... not deny, but
right of negation.
Yeah, right of negation or not. I didn't pull up the list, but maybe he was, but didn't have it there. That's gonna be What Am I? Taking a quick one, which means we're gonna have What Am I versus Mafraju in the winners finals.
Yeah, Max though making it to the winners semis, not being able to pick up the wins against the aggro decks from What Am I, but we'll see if he can make the run through the lower bracket. I think he's going to be against Floppy. We'll see in a moment when that kind of pops up, but yeah, just a 2-0 from What Am I, back in the saddle with the aggro.
Yeah, and I think that these tournaments, there's also other tournaments going on now. During the week where you get to try out some lineups, you get to play some new stuff, and it's not just grinding games on ladder, it's trying them in a competitive tournament setting where you can actually see, does this lineup make sense? Does my ban strategy make sense? What are people actually banning against this lineup so that I can get used to playing those decks into the decks that I'm not targeting? So I love this. Even if What Am I doesn't think that aggro is necessarily the best choice right now for a tournament, gets to test it out. These are great experiences to do that. And if you want those experiences, ! LOR sign up in the chat. Get your name in the hat. Let's see more of those signups.
Yeah, love to see the signups. A lot of these players did sign up, and we were able to pull them from that list. So want even more. Love, you were saying there's like already over 100 signups.
There's a lot.
Start going through, so make sure to get your name in sooner rather than later. Help us look through and make sure that we're getting everybody in on the fight nights, everybody who's been able to do some good stuff in Legends of Runeterra, and we maybe just haven't recognized it yet. So we want to get you all in here, play some games against the best, let you take a shot at Floppy or What Am I, or someone who's really been farming these tournaments for such a long time. But with that, we do have the winners final coming right up. It will be Mafraju versus What Am I, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends returns after this. Welcome back, this time, to Fight Night Legends. Brought to you by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. We're going to be getting into the winners final and just saw nothing. Hey.
You saw absolutely nothing.
You didn't see anything, chat, okay? But what you do see is this bracket, and Blev's going to tell you about the bracket, all right?
I absolutely am. Of course, we just saw the end of What Am I versus Max Got the Tracks. What Am I, of course, taking that one down in a quick 2-0 with the aggro decks. Offerju taking down that really quite spectacular set versus Floppy Mudkip 2-1, which of course leaves some of those players still on the loser's side bracket. But What Am I versus Mafraju on the winner's side in the winner's bracket, the winner of which will be punching their ticket to next week's Fight Night.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game for a spot in next week's Fight Night, and it is going to be Mafraju playing, you know, a pretty interesting lineup out of Lurk, Narswain, and Ezreal Sejuani with Starlit Seer. Crazy deck. The Shroom Goldberg device, as we've
Shroom Goldberg device, yes.
Will be going up against the triple aggro lineup from What Am I? I mean, Blev, just thinking about Mafraju's lineup straight away, what is your reaction to it going into a 9 decimate lineup?
Yeah, I'm actually not feeling the worst again about it, actually. I think that the Ezreal deck definitely has a lot of cheap removal spells. I mean, we saw so much value coming out of the Troll Chance and just the freezes. I mean, it's got Ice Shard, even has one of Ice Shard. It's got all this burn, Static Shock's main deck to be able to just pick away at the removal threats, and as long of the those small aggro threats, and as long as you're not getting completely burned down super fast. I mean, the engine itself actually has a decent board presence, and then of course Ezreal and Sejuani can end the game quite quickly. So perhaps unlike some of the other matchups we saw against What Am I, where you can kind of control the board but not really put out enough pressure, the engine is doing a little bit of both of those things.
Yeah, being able to get that pressure, it definitely had pressure. We just saw how much pressure it can put out, especially with those early units. The scarier thing would be when you actually have to block with those early units against the burn list. But you mentioned some of those things that can come in, like the brittle steel, the flash freezes. Like, you have these freezes, you can block, remove, and stop the damage from coming through. It's just gonna be a matter of like, how many troll chance do you get alongside your early units? Can you utilize them fast enough? Do you have the beams or the mystic shots to deal with some of the like maybe one drops, or to deal with some of the more aggressive threats that you actually have to stop? Can you answer things like fervor? There's a lot of big questions to answer. The tools are there. It will matter how many of those tools you can draw in the early stages. And do you draw too many? Do you draw too little to actually answer all of the threats? That's how it always is when you play against aggro, is you have answers that you've put in your deck. Do you find the right answers for the right cards on the other side?
Yeah, and then looking at the other decks, I mean, we of course saw Lurk, which again, it's really hard for me to put any sort of number or even like matchup feel with Lurk, because it high rolls, it low rolls, it kind of medium rolls, but even the medium rolls are pretty strong. So I feel like it both has game and has game to lose versus everything. So it is what it is. And then the Gnar Swain, I think perhaps even more so than the Shrub Goldberg device, has a lot of these answers. It's got the low end with House Spider, Conchologist, Loping Telescope. It's got the classic Flock Sentry. Gnar and Swain both good against these low end threats. And then it's Poison Dart, Ravenous Flock, Pokestick, Death's Hand, Wallop, all cards that are very good against these board centric aggro decks. I actually it might eat the ban, honestly.
Yeah, that might be the ban. Gnar Swain certainly seems like it could be the ban out of these three lists, and then that leaves you. I mean, Lurk definitely is good at the counter pressure, right? Like, if you get the early game 1-drops, which it's running 9 1-drops, you can play them, trade them away, just keep trading, maybe get a couple Lurks on your way, and then by the time that you've kind of like thrown all your resources at each other, when you top deck, you're playing, even if it's a 1-drop, you're playing like a 6-1 instead of playing a 2-1 that's been picked up by 2-3 or something. You're like playing these higher value units as that game goes on. So if you're kind of going tit for tat in the early game, Lurk will have the longevity much better than the burn decks, but you can't always actually go tit for tat with these aggro decks. Sometimes they just end up getting too wide for you, they get too much burn in, or they just keep you on the back foot too long, and then Lurk can't come away with the win. But most of it, I kind of agree with you. It feels like there is enough game in all of Mafraju's decks that this is a pretty winnable matchup against the aggro, but I also could see certain draws having these be like 2 very quick games out of What Am I being able to pick up the win. It's just the nature of burn is a lot of time it's going to come down to a big mix of like how high roll are the burn draws, how low roll are the control draws. If they're very close, then we get some really seriously cool matches, because it comes down to very small micro decisions out of both players.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see if we were correct, if we had the same thought process as What Am I going into this matchup with the bans. But we are seeing the Ziggs Gnar on the side of What Am I as the opener versus Lurk.
Yeah, this is the one deck from What Am I that we haven't actually gotten to watch on stream yet. We saw that it had won against Max in game number 1 in the previous set. It is going to be going up against Mafraju here, who actually has a pretty good hand against aggro, I would say, and that actually makes it a little bit better even, getting that predict, curving out, having a 3-drop. So getting to play these 1-drops, I like playing the Sharkling, getting to bank mana for the Bone Skewer. It is the same exact stat line as your 2-drop, and there's no target that is super valuable to be giving that vulnerable to. So really solid and gonna be a good start.
Yeah, and one other thing is that if we can get the Pike on top and turn it into a Pike spell, you kind of don't. What Am I can't really beat that super easily. All right, we're gonna take the Rek'Sai on top here. Though. Sure. Rek'Sai will end the game very quickly.
So What Am I can shut this down with Sentry, and you know that Mafraju predicted, so it's a pretty strong play to stop that immediately, right, with the stun. Bloodbait is not bad from Mafraju because it means that you will draw the Snapjaw Swarm, and then you can play it next turn to get the Rek'Sai bonus. So we'll probably just see this. It's a good response. That hurts though for Mafraju. You wanted to be able to hold on to that, get it as another guaranteed lurk down the line. You really wanted this Rek'Sai pump. And now I wanted to note the thing I was going to talk about. These bombs have lined up perfectly to turn on the Teeny Dactyls on turn 4 and 5. If What Am I decides to play. I saw him just hovering a Legion rearguard. That feels like... It feels like you just Teeny Dactyl on the next 2 turns with these pings. It feels so strong. But I don't know, maybe
yes. You can't attack with Teeny Dactyl is the problem. That is, I think, probably the biggest thing going through What Am I's mind, at least in terms of what decision you want to make. Teeny Dactyl comes down, can't attack because it's just going to trade, and that's defeating the purpose.
Fair.
If you get the Teeny Dactyls will still be proc next turn, and the first Teeny Dactyl procs the second one, so you don't necessarily have to do it this turn. You're going to have that those missiles going off next turn, and it's fine. So we're good for now. I didn't even realize that the Bone Skewer was in hand. So Mafraju can actually find a spot to play this Pike, potentially even in conjunction with the Vulnerable, to get some value there, and then Bone Skewer the Pike on top, getting even more value potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly got to be a thought. But now the Pterodactyl is online. The second one can come down, and the engine, we've talked about a lot of engines in this tournament. The engine is starting for What Am I, right? He's got the ability to just get that consistent damage every turn. But as you mentioned, right, Mafraju has a really good, clean answer in the Vulnerable to take down one of these.
What's interesting, Mafraju could have played the Vulnerable last turn, which would of course be removing 2 spell mana, but now Pike can't come down yet. So we're kind of priced into either playing Rek'Sai or not playing anything, which is not the worst. But I feel like this attack would be a lot better if we were instead pulling with Pike here, keeping the unit alive, getting Pike damage, and then also having the Bone Skewer on the ready as a response.
Mafraju subbing in the chair. Taking a step away for a second, but there we go. Yeah, it's going to be Fervor. That does allow you to just Bone Skewer this. You lose out on your Bone Skewer, but you do... Yeah, you do actually just secure the kill on the Pterodactyl. It's overall going to be worth it, yeah. You need to make sure you're killing that off.
It's a threat, right? Like, it's not only going to be turning on your other sort of, Gnar package threats and the other Pterodactyls and Gnar himself, but it also is, getting 6 power off the board, which you need to do. And, it got a Fervor out as well, which is great.
Yeah, you also get the Redfin Hammerhead back to your hand.
True.
Which, it's not a bad Bone Skewer target because you are still able to give Vulnerable, and we can reset up just a free kill for Pike. It's on the Conchologist this time. It's kind of whatever. It didn't actually translate to value,
right?
But it still was potential value that could have happened.
Yeah, and I'm also now going back and thinking about the play I was suggesting, and there actually wouldn't have been mana for the Pike plus Bone Skewer. So actually, Mafraju just playing very well and very thoughtful into protecting the Pike when you had the Bone Skewer up. So definitely like their play, even better than the one I was thinking of.
Okay, but now we get to jam Under Titan. This board is definitely heavily outscaling What Am I's board, and What Am I is only going to be... I mean, he's needing to get 14 damage. He's only dealt 6, so getting there is going to be relatively tough. He does have a Decimate, so it's effectively just 10 for Mafraju that he's got to get through at that point.
Yep.
how long can the pterodactyl sit there and actually push that damage?
Right.
Because there's nothing else that can really get through.
Yeah, and pterodactyl like can attack, but it's gonna trade. I mean, it'll do one impact, but it's gonna trade for a 6/2. It's not really doing anything else. Pike, I mean, it'll trade for anything. And also now, and granted, Offerju still has a little bit of work to do for sure, but once Rek'Sai levels up, which is at least threatening to be next turn, ooh, Gnar is not what she wanted to see, though.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the Pike, though. And interestingly, both champions will level on the next attack. Pike will level as well. He's dealt 7.
Oh.
He deals 8 on the next one.
Yeah. Ooh,
this is a way for one of mine to push the extra damage, though.
Yeah, this will do 2, putting it to 10. Still a 7. And then 8 on the pterodactyl. Still off by a little bit.
Yeah. It's getting closer, though. The Gnar definitely makes it better.
Yep.
I mean, you go Redfin onto pterodactyl. You just block the middle with Pike. You can't let any of it in.
No. Yeah, as much. And actually, wait. This will level Pike.
No. So the level would come from lurking next turn. Or attacking.
Oh, okay.
7 and 15, right? So he
it's 15. Right. Yep. What am I?
But one of my holds it back,
which take the damage.
I think is okay too. He's just taking, like, he's getting 1 from pterodactyl on that swing from impact, or he's getting 1 from waiting. But the 1 from waiting, how's that interaction work with Gnar? Does Gnar go mini first and then the damage comes out? Or actually the ordering might matter, so it actually might be left to right. No, it's round end. Okay. Round end versus round start. Never mind. Gnar's leveling. Yeah. So this resets your Gnar, which is good.
That's a pretty awful draw for this turn because it's actually blank.
Yeah, not playable.
Okay, so this is going to be... Do we know what this is? Okay, just Loki stick upstairs. Only needs 1 more damage. That is
Stone
not...
Stackers doesn't do it.
But... Oh, but Gnar striking will... Is this going to be lethal, though?
She just recognized it, yeah.
No.
And she missed Lurk.
Wow.
Oh, because if she hit Lurk, it's lethal. But now instead...
Well, it's still threatening lethal, but yeah, it's super lethal. Even through... Wow, the missed Lurk. But does this...
Yeah, because the Lurk would kill because the Rek'Sai's overwhelm.
Yep, this happens. But but Pike is going to kill the Gnar, though, right? So the Gnar's not actually going to draw, is not going to get a Pokey Stick.
Okay, so no Pokey, but Stone Stackers need to find another Pike, or need to find...
Well, we know it's not a Pike on top.
Oh, but it could be Bone Skewer because you didn't Lurk.
Oh, it could be Bone Skewer. Oh. Oh. Heartbreaking. As that does not stop the 1 from coming through a missed...
Oh my god.
Lurk.
That's so close.
And an inopportune time is going to cost Mafraju the game. And what am I? Taking it down. Game number 1 goes up 1-0 here. Wow.
Yeah, and one of my Gnar was the perfect card to kind of get that extra few points of damage that he needed to close that gap, because there was so much damage that he needed to do, and finding the Gnar was able to really do that. That is that was such a crazy game. And just off, I mean, that is the live and die by the Lurk, right? I mean, you miss in that spot. I think it was threatening lethal with the Rek'Sai, getting the level up, getting the overwhelm. And that just would have been, I mean, missing Lurk in such a high pressure spot.
Missing Lurk,
really
the
tough.
Gnar not only pushing the damage, but also taking out the Under Titan, which was another lethal threat attacking.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just not where you wanted to be. Offerju does win the coin flip here. Gets to go first again with Lurk, which is certainly a good spot to be. Leads with the non-Lurker, of course. That's, I think the strong play here. Attacking with a 2-1, just guaranteed getting the 2. And also, if opponent has a blocker, you would rather them trade with the 2-1 rather than the Lurker.
Yeah, a lot of 1-drops for What Am I, so this is going to be a pretty aggressive swing, but at least there's 2 1-drops to answer.
Here, okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think I like the Waking Sands here, because you don't really want to trade your Lurker for one of these, but you're fine trading the Waking Sands, even though it's more expensive.
Is it even bad for What Am I to lose 1 attacking turn to maintain the board integrity? Like, what is Lurk's punish to that? Lurk's punish is Hammerfin, but it still trades, so it's like What Am I loses 1 damage.
Yeah, but losing 1 damage in this deck is...
I mean, it can matter, but the gain that you get out of, not attacking into the Waking Sands is probably more. Like, on average, it is probably more damage, whether it is 0.5, whether it is 1. I'm not sure, but it is going to be more damage in like maybe all circumstances. You just keep going wide.
I think it's definitely a higher ceiling than the floor is low, I think is how I would think about it. All right, Lurk is hit. Do we get any bonuses? Nope, just a regular old Lurker on top. Okay, that's potentially another Lurker.
Yeah, Bloodbait, maybe not too bad.
Problem is, I think Offerju is gonna want, gonna want a champion at some point here. And okay. I want a champion at some point here, and these, guaranteed Lurk hits are really sort of slowing that down, unfortunately. All right, the first trade happens now. The attack, I would imagine, gonna come in. Oh, nope. Let's develop a Doom Beast first. Huge swing. Then the attack. It's gonna be trades across.
It's threatening lethal, which is,
insane.
Bit wild.
Yeah, turn 4, casual. Yep, this seems correct. You want to take out the Saboteurs, even though the Doom Beast is doing extra damage. I guess it's the same as long as you're killing the Saboteur on the next turn. It's pretty much always going to be the same.
So the doomed part of it, right, is that you're taking all this damage and the board is still What Am I? He still has 3 units. There's nothing else you can do. This was just a spider's hand that had an insane amount of 1-drops, and you're playing Lurk. Like, you don't have the good answers to this many 1-drops unless you drew this many 1-drops of your own to match them 1 for 1 and then play for top decks later. And it just wasn't there.
Yeah, we need this to be Pike, and I'm pretty sure we lose even if that's the case, and it was just a missed Lurk. So that is...
I mean, that's it, right? So
that's game.
What Am I is going to take this 2-0.
Oh, the Ruthless Predator.
Game 1. Insanely close game 1. Just came down to a missed Lurk. Very possible we'll see Julian Moffat run this back in the lower bracket. But What Am I is going to take it. What Am I is going to move on to the grand finals. And What Am I is going to lock in that invite to the next week's fight night.
Yep. Can block 3. Still at -2. Nothing you can do. That's going to be it. What Am I? It's been a while since we've seen What Am I in at the top of a fight night specifically, but hey, he's back. He's taking names.
Yeah. Comes back in gets top 2. He hasn't won one in a minute, but we'll see if he can win one tonight, as he has already made the finals with aggro, taking that 2-0. And, you know, Julia Mafra gonna move down to the lower final, awaiting her opponent. See who she's got to take down to try and get that rematch, because this match, I think, is, I mean, we saw it. It's winnable. This is doable.
Oh, yeah.
This is very doable.
Yeah,
just comes down to lurk potentially pulling its weight, I think.
Well, I mean, it was that a couple of, like, you know, I call them coin flips. They might not actually be 50%ers, but like, what am I drawing a card that's not exactly Gnar on that turn, which allows the level up of Gnar, which is pushing 2 damage and also killing the biggest threat, into hitting any card that's not Ruthless Predator. Because if it was, I think, is Ruthless Predator and Bone Skewer are, and then I guess the Treasure Seeker are literally the only cards in the deck that aren't lurk.
Yeah.
So if it was anything except for Ruthless Predator, and I guess technically Treasure Seeker, but which may have already been played out, any other card wins the game there. So the closest of margins.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough because the Bone Skewer is the one of, the Ruthless Predator is the 2 of, so
yeah,
a little bit more likely that we see the Ruthless Predator, and we actually saw it kind of twice as we're jumping on board. Max got the tracks versus Wolf. Looks like there's answers to this swing. That is 5 impact on this eggplant.
Yep, but that's that's 14. It's just 14 attack. Okay, 14 attack on the Tristana, but is getting stunned. Looks like this is game number 2. Wolf did win that first game. Not looking great for him in this game number 2, though.
Yeah, Max got a Tristana that I would say is relatively online, and Wolf has no cards. So gonna be tough. Papercraft Dragon just gonna get played, but not on the Tristana. Trying to diversify so you don't get stopped by a stun, I guess.
What's the best 1-cost tri-beam target here? Let's see.
You need the not that one.
Not that one. Okay. Yeah.
Now we're just gonna generate a ton of cards.
Yeah.
Max gonna fill their board. Just get this wool, just for fun. Just get this wool scroll. Just for fun.
You gotta take it.
There we go.
Max understands what this is. Max gets it.
He gets the assignment.
Yeah. He understood the assignment. And you know what? How about a Yordle in Arms just to put the screws in? Oh, and just the instant GG call, you know, just...
He's got 1 card! What is he gonna
do? I mean, you don't have to throw out the GG.
Well,
Just
I
going
respect
for
it.
I mean, you gotta really put the screws in so that your opponent doesn't... You know, your opponent doesn't get any, doesn't get anything twisted here.
Yeah, he's just figuring out how to block to survive here. With Jack Butcher.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
only
the
18 extra. Yeah. Didn't figure out the line.
Okay, so tied it up. So it's 1-1. Yep. Max and Wolf. We'll have to catch what decks are left in just a moment. I mean, we'll see. We'll hit the board and we'll immediately know. We'll know what is left. I hope it's timelines. I hope we get to see some timelines out of Max.
Yeah.
That was the deck I was looking forward to see in the matchup for Max earlier when we were going to go there versus Pareto.
Yep. Wolf, it looks like they're on the Caitlyn Ezreal. Let's see, only one that makes sense. Wolf also brought Gnar timelines. But it looks like the deck that they have left is that Caitlyn Ezreal. Let me just double check. It's the only one that makes sense. Yeah, it does have the tri-beams in there. Max could have either Sivir Akshan or timeline. So I guess... could be either. I don't really know what one you would rather ban given Wolf's lineup. I feel like I would probably rather ban Sivir Akshan just because it's just like what the traditional Demacia deck has been, which is just like sort of the straight and arrow, like consistent, strong board-based mid-range deck. Now, these days, Demacia decks get a little more broken. I mean, Scouts kind of breaks that mold and pushes more towards, like, Degenerate. And, but the Sivir Akshan is just like, you know, it's the farmer meme. It's like, it's not anything fancy, but it's honest work. That's how I feel about Sivir Akshan.
Sivir Akshan. We're to the point in Legends of Runeterra where Blev is calling Sivir Akshan honest work.
I mean, compared to some of the other stuff, I think it is.
I'm just, that's where we are. That's where we are now.
That's what we've got. And we do have the timelines.
Yeah, and he's got one. So we're going to go straight into timelines.
Sure. Straight into timelines. I mean, like, you actually, I think, would rather have the Avarosan Sentry as an Avarosan Sentry.
The only card, yeah.
Yeah. And actually, I wonder, maybe that's a missequence. Like, I would probably play the Avarosan Sentry first and then the timelines. But also, you can just play the other cards. Timelines only affects the first unit played, so you can play another unit and then play the Avarosan Sentry and still get the Avarosan Sentry. So it's fine.
Main decked minions and main decked mini-tees in this list from Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to have that minion main deck just so that you always have in your back pocket the minion OTK.
Yeah, just got to keep it ready. Just in case.
Just in case. I mean, you don't want to not have that option available.
Really should see a lot more just one of minions, just to make sure.
I was unironically running it in the Emusives 3.0 deck that Swim was playing near the beginning of the season with the you give Scout to an attach unit and it works the way that you want it to, but has no reason to work that way, where it just the attached unit forever has Scout and gives whatever it attaches Scout as well. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet deck, and I was running minion in it because you just sometimes they kill all the units that you attach to, but you can't kill all the minions.
It's true. True, you cannot kill the minions forever.
Now, this board and the way that this game is playing out is actually one of the big reasons that I hate Mini-T. Is that right now, if Mini-T came out and it was, air quotes leveled, it would actually just be upgrading Max's board every turn. Like, someone on Twitter said something about, like, explain how Mini-T is broken or something like, or explain how, good or bad Mini-T is. And I said, I'm filling my deck with nothing but units smaller than a 3/3 so that the Mini-T is actually buffing my board every turn.
Huge.
But we see some fumes taking out that 4-drop, which actually would have been pretty good. Would have turned into a 5/5 with regeneration. Would have drawn Max a unit. Pretty strong.
Yeah, timeline's just, upgrading the board. Because you play a 4-mana 2/3, has a strong effect, then get to turn it into some crazy stuff. Wolf having to expend a spell to stop this, or else it's going to be, really, really difficult to deal with later.
Oh, I was like, what happened to that Mini-T? But I forgot that unit was actually a discard.
Ezreal, probably just a freeze to stop him from actually generating a Mystic on this turn, because I don't think Max has any other way to really stop it unless he wants to throw out to get excited.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Boom Baboon and to get excited. That's not terrible. Even if they have an answer to it, you still get a, you get a Chompers.
Could get a stand swap. Could get...
You wouldn't get the stance swap.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. It doesn't count as the summon. It's the transform.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Tiari's better than. You want the
Tiari's nice.
The HP back on either actually flame chompers, so they get more value over time, or giving it to your tough unit are pretty strong, but not gonna happen. Pacemaker gonna come through. Pick up Tiari.
Yep, but Israel down. Didn't want to send in the minion. Makes sense. Might as well just block with it. Although, with the Flame Chomp... Well, I guess you didn't... The Flame Chompers wasn't out already, so... Can't actually know that the Flame Chompers is coming through.
Okay. And Pharaoh's Financier going to come down. Options coming up. See what was picked, and now the Transform.
Okay, making it into a 3-2. Actually kind of works with Flame Chompers.
Yeah, pretty good with Chompers. Makes them ephemeral, but makes them actually threatening to kill things. So you like to see that. Pack tactics pretty good with this board being relatively wide. But just not good timing for it, I guess I would say. Because you are kind of cashing in a lot of this board prior to being able to cast it.
Ooh. Took the pack mentality. The poor man's Yordle in arms. Alright. Troll Chant. Been making a bit of a resurgence this week. I mean, it's always been a good card, and, you know, I don't think that that's changed. It's just we haven't seen a lot of Troll Chant decks around lately.
All right. Token coming back to Oru does have...
Oh, we're mini-teeing.
The mini-tee. Pokestick mini-tee.
Again, upgrading Max's board. Although when the Trundle comes out, it will no longer be upgrading. You know, as much as I love the mini-tee, I actually don't love the mini-tee, but as cool as the mini-tee play is here, it feels a little sus and a little committal. Also, even into the board as it is, it doesn't even seem that good.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And Max is honestly just going to be able to laser this if he wants. Like, right. He has that choice. Again,
though, this is technically going to be upgrading his board. Okay, not with the Trundle now. The Trundle will now get turned into a 3-3, but that's fine because you got the value you wanted with the... You really just wanted the Ice Pillar.
I mean, the board's wide again. Token comes back. You play Pillar, you play Pack Mentality.
Or... you probably still play Pack Mentality. That's probably just better. Oh, how about
have a Farron.
Farron. Don't mind if I do. That is the look of... That is the look of someone who is regretting their purchase of one mini-tee. Like, oh, I can just keep it in the kiddie pool in the back. In the back, that's fine, right? No. It grows very quickly.
This deck's so fun. This deck's so fun. Pharaoh's Financier gives us Pack Mentality. We go play the Trundle. Get the Pillar down to play an 8-drop and then cast Pack Mentality on this wide board.
Yeah.
2 wallops to try and slow it down, but I don't think it's quite enough. This board might be a little bit too much.
It's a little thick. Oh, and the mini-tee even has vulnerable too because we did in fact play an Ice Pillar this turn. That's right.
We sure did. Blevins.
So we're just going for extra damage. You get to pull an 8/8 out of the way. We can block here. We go. Stun. Take 2 plus 10 is 12. We're dead.
Yep. We're taking exactly 12.
Yep. Well, that sure is a way to win. Max got the tracks, got the win here. Is going to be taking down Wolf here in the losers bracket, and we'll be advancing on to the next round.
Yeah, Max taking down both of the representatives of Pandex in this one with
Wow.
both Barreto and Wolf. Max going to move on, get a match against Floppy Mudkip, who was not his earlier semifinal, so a new look, as he lost to the aggro from one of my earlier. And Max in his first fight night gonna top 4 it. I know he was a little bit like, he was like, I don't know how good I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna just do my best, try and pop in there. Top 4 in your first one. Pretty solid performance from Max already.
Yeah,
Floppy
take
Mudkip,
those.
of course, gonna be a big obstacle, but we'll see. I mean, maybe he can keep it rolling, keep it going. Timeline's looking clean.
I mean, he's still got to take it down, get to the winner's interview to get to the final boss, which is of course me in the rat battle.
Blevins. Yeah,
but
yeah.
We're still a ways away from that.
I want him to win just because I want to put you in this position where you now have to try and like do what you've promised. Deliver what you've promised.
I'm ready for it. I mean, I'm absolutely not ready for it.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it, Blev. Let's go, Max. Let's go.
Hey, you know what? They're still in it, and I'm definitely not sweating. I'm super ready for it and super on board with it. At the very least, it will probably be good content, and at the end of the day, that's all that really matters.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, I can't wait for Max to just eviscerate Blevins in a rap battle at the end of the day. That is the content should Max win. Wolf, though, brought some really cool decks, actually bringing the 3x mini T. I know you hate it, but it's still... We had main deck minion 3x mini T in this list. Caitlyn Ezreal. Not something we expected to see. Love when people bring us a show. A lot of fun. So well done by them, even though they do fall to Max there in the losers quarter final. But we got a couple more matches to go, but losers semi, Max versus Floppy Mudkip gonna be the one coming up next. Any thoughts on this match initially?
You know, I think it's gonna be a close one for sure. I mean, Max has these you know, less conventional Max actually has a pretty conventional lineup, as does Floppy Mudkip. In fact, both running Sivir Akshan and Yorl and Arms, the only difference being the Gnar timelines versus Scouts. So and those theoretically could be banned, so we actually could be in an almost identical mirror match, which is pretty funny to think. Yeah, we might go into something pretty similar, and then it just comes down to player skill. Always scary when you're going against Floppy with it, but let's see if Max can bring it today. We're gonna have that match in just a moment, but we're gonna go to a short break first. Fight Night Legends will return after this.
Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. And, you know, Blev, we just got a couple more matches. We're having another fast fight night. These have been going pretty quick so far. So let's take a look at the bracket and see where we are in the event. Blev, break it down.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw the last couple of games, or at least the end of one game and a full game of Max versus Wolf. Max able to take that one down 2-0. Floppy didn't get to catch this match, but did end up winning 2-0 versus Prism Sword. Of course, we saw Offered You versus What Am I in a much closer than what the record dictates matchup, but it was in fact a 2-0 from What Am I. But we now are at Max Got the Tracks versus Floppy Mudkip, playing for a shot to play against Maferdrew in the losers finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. You already mentioned a little bit before the break that, hey, this is potentially going to be a mirror matchup depending on how the bands end up, or at least similar, right? Floppy on Scouts, Akshan, and Yordles in Arms, which is the same Yordles in Arms deck that Max Got the Tracks has, alongside Max's Akshan Sivir and Gnar Timeline. So if we see Scouts and Timelines banned, we're going to be in mirror match territory. And when it comes to mirror matches, it's hard to bet against Floppy, but Max has been playing really well recently, and I would be very interested to see how a matchup like that pans out. Of course, I'm never going to hope for the mirror match, but if we do get it, I don't know that I'm necessarily disappointed.
Yeah, I think that, you know, I'm not as familiar with Max's play style, but just in the few games we've seen already, I think there maybe is a little bit more of a willingness to take some risks, where Floppy Mudkip is one of the more conservative players, one of the more, you know, players that is playing to take those passes, playing to take minor amounts of incremental mana advantage over the course of multiple turns. And you know, that can be a very interesting matchup. Even if the decks are actually the same, the play styles can actually cause the trajectory of their matches to go one way or the other. And I don't necessarily think it favors one player versus the other.
No, and it'll be fun to see between these two, just like, if we get that mirror, who is going to pilot the Demaciolus a little bit better, because I think that's where we end up with the Akshan Sivir. Floppy not necessarily just known for playing Akshan Sivir, but this is a deck that has been meta long enough that someone like Floppy should be extremely proficient. And for me, the question marks do come down to Max, right? Because I've watched Max's stream, I've watched a little bit of Max play, but I have not seen the amount of just sheer games that I have watched Floppy Mudkip play Legends of Runeterra. I know what Floppy is going to do in these games, at least like at a base level. Sometimes he's making plays that I don't see.
You know what he wants to do.
But I know what he wants to do, and I understand like how he's going to play. For Max, I don't have that same understanding immediately. So coming in, it is harder to evaluate. Like you said, people will have those different play styles and approach these matchups differently. I can't tell you how I expect Max to approach certain matchups, and because of that, it becomes very tough to predict. Again, always hard to vote against Floppy, right? He is the winningest Fight Nights America's player. He has done so exceptionally well in tournaments and seasonals and open tournaments, everything in the Runeterra scene where Max is a relative newcomer. So this is the proving grounds, right? Fight Night is where you show that you can match up against the best of the best. And what better way to do it with a lineup that is similar to your opponent? It's like you didn't even line up diff this guy if you won. You probably just outplayed them and made some really good moves. And we're gonna see if Max can actually do that.
Yeah, Max got the tracks, but does Max have the skills to beat Floppy Mudkip? This is certainly what we'll be seeing here. And I mean, if we, you know, we can, I think for the purposes of this, we're going to assume we're going to go into a mirror match. I think
so.
I mean, I'm not really sure where the ban would end up being. I always
just be on both the Yordle and Arms decks.
That's what I was thinking too, is like, I don't really want to play against that. But, you know, either way, I think both Sivir Akshan and the secondary decks for both players have a lot of play in them. Obviously, Gnar Timelines is very much so a control-ish build, right? So a lot of different play lines there. And then Sivir Akshan, you know, of course, being the fair deck in the format now, also has a lot of different lines. I mean, you have to decide whether you're going to develop. Do you want to play your rally defensively and then get a small attack? Do you want to save it for a bigger attack? Do you want to, save, bank mana on turns to set up these concerted strikes, because a lot of times those are your only real threats, and might not actually line up into something like the Gnar Timelines deck. Like that actually might, Gnar Timelines might actually end up being the ban that Floppy goes for, just because it does, it's an all right matchup, I think, into the the other two decks that Floppy has.
Yep. Just continuing to hang out and wait and see. I'm not sure. Maybe we can get up the Timelines deck a bit again too, and get the chance to talk about it a little bit more out of Max, that, or just scouts from Floppy, and just kind of take a look at these. But we know, there we go. We're getting jumping into game.
Ooh, turn one Timelines.
Timelines is in, Scouts is in. So this is certainly not going to be a mirror. We might have been right on the Yordle in Arms bans on both sides, and we'll definitely see that in just a moment as the graphic pops up. But starting things out, it looks like we do have a concurrent Timelines and a Gnar in hand for Max. Relatively good start.
Yeah, and it looks like that was absolutely correct from Max's side, but the Yordle in Arms is still on the side of Max.
Yordle in Arms available for Max, banned away from Floppy. So Sivarakshan and Scouts for Floppy.
Huh. Yeah, Sivarakshan was not the ban I was thinking, but again, we talked to Floppy a couple of weeks ago after he won, and he's going into these matchups knowing the matchup tables very, very well, and knowing pretty much exactly what either deck or style of deck that he wants to ban or doesn't want to play against, or the decks that he does want to play against. So this is certainly very calculated from Floppy, and I absolutely. Oh, that's a high roll right there. But I absolutely
to answer the MF. Interesting pickup for sure.
Pretty good.
Gonna troll chant to keep this Box-the-Puss alive, valuing the challenger.
Yeah. Oh, good old 8-punch Pablo making a return here. Maybe not in the the manner we expected, but he's here nonetheless.
Also important to note that Max was able to get a Buried in Ice off of the Ferrous Financier, so just a deck that he does main deck, he's able to select.
Yeah.
So he wants this card in his deck, and he just gets an extra copy to basically just draw it instead. Does mean that there are more copies in there than he maybe wants, but it also just increases the odds that you hit that stairs combo with the Buried in Ice, and it helps you out against the Scouts. Aftershock gonna try and take out EMF.
This is not going to be. This is not going to work out.
No, it is not. Still gonna be 2 ticks for the MF. Will be Pablo going down, but now MF gonna be stuck at 1 HP. Max should be able to find this kill before the MF levels up, but it is gonna be a big chunk of damage coming through.
Yeah, taking another 6 here, so 7 total damage coming through. Not that the MF wasn't already a must-kill threat, but, going to need to do it potentially as early as right now, just to not have a, rally plus scout actually threaten to level up the MF right this very turn. Gnar coming down, but the Protector going to thwart the plans of Max here. The +1/+1 from Genevieve in conjunction with the Ranger's Resolve going to actually keep the MF alive.
Yeah,
at least right now.
The level up.
Unless Max wants to use a wallop right now. Plus the Mystic oh no, that won't even work. The Ranger's Resolve stops it. Yeah,
so you can wallop Genevieve to stop the level up.
True.
You wall up Genevieve right now, which actually I think is a pretty reasonable play. You just wall up Genevieve right now.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we might see the Mystic in conjunction.
Yeah, I don't...
Not playing around Ranger's Resolve is the decision from Max, and the punish is there.
Massive.
But he can respond because, you know, he does get priority again. He can stun Genevieve, stop it. Ends up being kind of, you know, six of one, half dozen of the other.
Sure.
As what he was going to get, but yeah. Probably could have only walloped this turn as well and been okay with that, since MF wouldn't be leveling.
Right.
We're just gonna trade with the Gnar.
Yeah, it's gotta favor Floppy here. Though the Pokey Stick does come down and will threaten the MF. Now we know it has to happen on first action. Unless, well, Floppy might not play Genevieve here, but Floppy also might play Genevieve here just to give
it's like Floppy should, right? Because you know that there's this Pokey Stick.
Right.
And we're just going to get it right away from Floppy.
Yep.
Or, sorry, from Max. So Max, this is a good read. Actually picks up the MF before anything else can come down. He's probably thinking about Protector as well. He's thinking Protector, Genevieve, what else can come down and actually buff this up.
Right. I wonder if it actually was worth it for Floppy to not attack there. Just because it you know, gives Max the option to get the Pokey Stick there.
Yeah, not sure, but we end up getting a Stargazer off of this transformation. Trundle is available. I mean, there is the pillar. Like, the turnaround is there if Max can hold on a little bit longer, and he does have these buried in ice. So if Floppy develops, can get slowed down.
Another back mentality.
Does it feel as good this time?
No. Hextech Anomaly is just some more dice rolling. All right. Ooh. I can kill everything. Was it Shadow Flare? Gives everything ephemeral. All attacking or all battling followers gain ephemeral.
Yeah.
There's a card you don't see very often.
That's some good art. That's some good art there. Okay, it looks like we're gonna just see the buried in ice.
Okay. Yep, it's gonna give. I want to give Max some time here. Enough time, perhaps, to even get to the second buried in ice.
Yeah, Floppy just going to be like, okay, well, you've spent your mana. I'm going to get as much damage in as I can. It's gonna net 5.
Yep. And the problem here is Max now can play Trundle, but can't.
Wrong turn.
Wrong turn. Max can play Trundle, but can't play can't play the pillar with the Trundle, obviously. And while playing Trundle does give you an Icequake, there's a good chance there's a really strong chance that Floppy is just open attacking here.
Oh, Floppy's definitely open attacking.
There's really no reason not to.
So how do we answer this open attack becomes the question. And the answer is you probably don't unless this Judgment decides to stay a Judgment.
Right. And also Genevieve is going to reproc and give everything +1/+1 as well. So this is not feeling great. That is the fastest skip block in the land.
Yeah, you know Jenny's coming out. You have to actually cast one of these Mystics, try and remove. Get rid of the challenge. That's just going to be a Sharp Sight.
Yep. Yep. Where Floppy's going, he does not need Sharp Sight. Feel the Rush, hilarious. Not castable, doesn't help. And there's actually plenty of cards here that would be great if they weren't slow speed. The open attack going to be pushing 13, 18, 22.
Yeah, if that stairs just a little bit late, right? If it was there on the last turn with the buried in ice, this was a game probably going to Max, but doesn't quite find it. And instead, Floppy gonna take game 1 over the Trundle timelines, and Max is gonna have to start bringing it back against Ukshan Sivir. Scouts able to get it done.
Yeah, very strong play there from both players, but you know, Scouts doing Scout things. I mean, again, like the MF, just the threat of the level up forces Max to play these early turns where he's having to throw these spells in the MF. And while yes, you know, you got rid of you know, things like Sharp Sight that could be used offensively, it doesn't matter. You're spending your entire early turns trying to kill this MF. It doesn't happen for multiple turns, and by the time it does, like, the rest of the board is developing. You're taking chip damage. You're down to 7. You have to play a buried in ice just to not die, and then the open attack 2 turns later. That ice thaws, unfortunately.
It sure does, but we're gonna get another chance at the timelines going up against Ukshan Sivir. Trundle gonna be keep alongside a Thermo Beam, it looks like, for Max. He's had timelines in the opener both games we've watched so far, but does not have it this time. We'll see if he picks it up in the mall.
Yeah, we have seen it every game so far. Got one more draw for it. No, buried in ice. Technically, can still draw it next turn and be good, unless this is going to play the Zonite Urchin here.
I think he's considering just pitching back the buried in ice, or throwing away the buried in ice, rather. Feels like a card you don't hate in this matchup, but you don't love it because of Sivir.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't do anything against Sivir. It also, like, again, it's just a, like we saw last time, it's just kind of a delay the inevitable type of card. Unless you're putting on a lot of threat, or you have the It That Stares to follow it up.
2 of them. Now you wish you tossed one, but ended up just skipping the discard step of the Zonite Urchin, just used it for the trade. Now we get a Sean.
You know, I'm a really big fan of 1-mana Thermo Beam, perhaps more than a lot of other players. I feel like I see these Thermo Beams floating around for turn after turn after turn, waiting for the perfect Thermo Beam to come out. But boy, I love myself just a slow speed group shot every once in a while. Like, just turn 1, just cash it in. It's always like the later the game goes, yes, it can be bigger, but it's so awkward. It always takes up your whole turn.
It can definitely be very good. I like Anomaly as a pick here. Even though Harsh Winds is pretty good in the matchup, I feel like you have a lot of turns to sit on this Anomaly with the amount of mana you need to cast it, and not a lot of other plays. So there can be just like options that show up that you like a ton over the next little bit. We did see the Fuel the Rush come out really late last time, but if you're able to stall out and that ends up being a hit, that's a really big win. You can get some big removal. Harsh Winds, of course, going to be more consistent, though, and it is Demacia matchup, so not going to fault someone for taking Harsh Winds in this one.
Yeah, I don't hate Harsh Winds, just given that next turn you're going to have Trundle, and then theoretically the turn after that you're going to have Harsh Winds mana. Feels all right. I don't hate it.
Okay, Max going to spend the 0 mana beam
to
just get rid of the spell shield.
I like it.
Does allow for the freeze to be activated, and there's timelines. I wouldn't say right on time, but it's here. It's here before
Good
the
enough.
pillar. It's here before the pillar.
Before the pillar, after the sentry. Those timings check out. Yeah. Let's get some Trundy. At least possibly. I feel like you don't really have too many other plays besides Trundle here. Could pass. I don't know that I care for the pass, though. This is at least threatening to not allow Sivir to attack. Now, we know that Sivir can attack. And
Floppy's got 3 mana and you have none. It does not matter what's in Floppy's hand. He's attacking.
Right. Yeah. Yep, Max cannot block there. Okay, picked up a Troll Chant off of the Sentry draw here. Overwhelm on Sivir's pretty good. The level, that means the Sivir level up no longer needs the Absolver to really do the combo.
That is true. I wonder if there's just consideration to +1/+1 instead, just because it matches into Trundle really well, and you still have another turn before Killer comes down and levels him.
Yeah. That's what Floppy's going for.
And we get timelines.
Sure.
No other plays to be made on this turn, realistically.
Yeah, nothing proactive. We may see a Troll Chant, I suppose, if... I mean, Concerted Strike being hovered. Yeah. Does Troll Chant actually save? That'll be 9. No, it actually doesn't. That is just going to be a dead Trundle.
Yep. Sivir very close to the level. Will get it on the open attack. Plus another lucky find onto Sivir. What's it going to be? Probably just +2. Maybe 1/1 is actually fine. Yep.
Sure. Well, actually, I kind of hate the... I really would have liked the plus... Oh, actually, if there's enough ways to make this lethal on the open attack.
I mean, unless Max is just dead here. If you play Bruiser and then your opponent plays Buried in Ice, you actually just get to Rite of Negation it.
Yeah.
Might be a reasonable bait
you
because you know that is the only thing that stalls you right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruiser feels good. There's still no mana for Ice Pillar. Like you said, the biggest threat is something that you actively want your opponent to cast here, because it's actually game over. You can play Bruiser and then still have... technically, you can still have Absolver plus Waking Sands if you want as well. You also can have a burst speed Waking Sands. Yep, and that's just game. The bait from Floppy gets there. That's going to be it. Floppy Mudkip taking it down to 2-0. And unfortunately for Max, that means no chance at the grand finals and no rap battle. Sorry.
Blevins secretly cheering very loudly.
No,
in back of his mind, he's like, "Oh God, thank God, I don't have to do this rap battle."
Over the break,
Max.
I was looking for beats to play so we could have a fair rap battle, but I couldn't find any. I couldn't find any good royalty-free beats. So if you have some free royalty-free beats to rap battle over, send them to me on Twitter or Discord because I'm actively looking for them.
So that you can rap battle Max another time.
So that I can practice so that when the time arises, I will actually be more prepared than the zero preparation I have before I made that challenge.
Max versus Blevins. It's pretty mismatched rap battle. Heavily in Blevins' favor.
Oh, absolutely in my favor. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Max of course has the tracks ready, Bleb. He's got the tracks. Yeah, he's got the tracks. Does not find the wins though against Floppy Mudkip here. Mudkip gonna move on, trying to continue this streak of fight nights.
Yeah.
Going to get another crack against Mafraju.
Yeah.
We did fall 2-1 earlier in the day, trying to get that rematch from the winners semifinal. Mafraju been on a tear through this tournament. Lurk just slowing down that tear a little bit in the winners final against One of My with a couple missed lurks, hurting quite a bit, but still it has been some really great play, and this top 3 is getting scary, Blev. We're going to be able to finish up that top 3. Mafraju versus Floppy Mudkip, trying to earn that spot against What Am I, coming up in just a moment. We'll be right back. Fight Night Legends returns after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. And Blev, we are now on to the losers bracket final. So let's take a look at that bracket and break down what has happened so far. What we got here, Blev?
Absolutely. We saw a riveting winners bracket, winners finals earlier where one of my took down a very close 2-0 versus Mafraju, and I actually mean that, not a softening the blow of a 2-0. Actually was a very close set, at least in game number 1. Game number 2, a little off there on the side of Lurk, but regardless, we are here. We just saw the end of Floppy Mudkip versus Max Got the Tracks. Max Got's the Tricks, Floppy Mudcaps. No, there's something there in a song. Someone dropped the beat. No, I'm kidding. But we're back here, Mafraju versus Floppy Mudkip. And as we say almost every week, Casa, this match here is arguably more important than the finals match. That's just a $50 money match. Both players are going to be returning to next week. But this is the match to see if you get the invite back next week, which is arguably worth more than the $50 of just, the money match first versus second.
Yeah, and I mean, Floppy is trying to continue this insane streak that he has been having in Fight Night. He's been here, like, what is this, 3 weeks in a row, 4 weeks in a row? I think it's 3. Beast Llama was on 4.
That's a lot.
And so Floppy trying to make it 4 weeks in a row that he's been here, trying to continue this, like, lead of most wins in America's Fight Nights, gain the crown of global most Fight Night wins, because currently he's tied with Ultraman from EU.
Yep.
And, it's pretty crazy that he's been able to do this. He took down Mafraju earlier. Or sorry, he fell to Mafraju earlier.
Yes.
Mafraju lost to he fell to Mafraju earlier. And it's really going to come down to Lurk, potentially. I think we saw it in their matchup. Lurk finding that crazy win after the pretty uneventful game 1. But once it got there, we saw the engine come online. The Shroom Goldberg device looking excellent. And I really think that deck has just looked good this tournament for Mafraju, and it is just a live and die by the Lurk.
Yeah, the Shroom Goldberg device really in an interesting position right now, where it is that very reactive deck, but like we said before, that engine, the Starlit Seer, or Starlit Seer, no. Whatever the name of that card is, the 2/3 that pumps the cards in deck.
Starlit Seer.
Is that is what it is called, right? Okay, yeah, I said it. Okay, I said it right the first time. For some reason, that was okay. I can just look at the card. I'm an idiot.
You're there. You're there, Blake.
Starlit Seer, Ballistic Bot, Puffcat Peddler. That is the Shroom Goldberg machine, and it works so well in conjunction with each other. But it's putting on pressure with the ignitions and also the puff caps, and then also setting up the. Your next threat is going to be huge. In your future. Yeah, it's amazing.
In the future.
Investing in the future, and also spitting out mushrooms every once in a while, and then of course Ezreal comes out, and as we said before, just punches you right in the face.
Yep.
And that's how this deck works. I mean, all the while, you got to power it. You got to use these mystic shots to keep the machine going, keep it well oiled with some aftershocks, some troll chants, some brittle steals. When was the last time we saw brittle steel get played? That's a card that sort of fell out of favor for a while back in. Still a strong card, though. And we're seeing it here put to good effect. Ezreal Sejuani Shroom Goldberg machine.
Yeah, it was really only ever showing up in, like, Teemo Ezreal or some Ashe decks, but it had been kind of cut from Ashe for quite some time.
Yeah, it didn't make the cut.
Like, occasionally you'd see, like, a one of Brittle Steel in a more aggressive meta, but it just
Troll
wasn't
Chant really
kind
of took the spot, I think, a lot.
Troll Chant pretty much just like cut out all Brittle Steels, and it was just the Ezreal decks you would see it. It was the Ezreal, the Teemo Ezreal type list that would see some Brittle Steels, but even then it was like never 3. And now we're getting the opportunity to see Brittle Steel back in action. I don't think it's a 3-0, but it is. Oh no, it is a 3-0.
Okay, it is a 3-0.
Actually, it is a 3. Which is even more surprising, debatably. So. Floppy versus Mafraju, losers bracket final. We're going to be jumping in and live and die by the Lurk. We are starting with Lurk. It will be not having the attack token.
Right. We missed the attack token, but we do have 1 drop. We do have more 1 drop. We have 2 drop. We've got a lot here. Ooh, we've got second 1-drop with Fearsome into guaranteed lurk hit, which is great. Good chance it, though.
I could risk it. You already have a Snapjaw.
Oh, no! The risk does not pay off.
Might not be fully doomed yet. I mean, you get to Snapjaw on 3.
Yeah. Except your Snapjaw now just gets eaten. Granted, you might not block with... probably not blocking, because there's a decent chance that that card is the Ruthless Predator, considering you know it's a miss.
Yeah, you know it's a miss. You have to assume Ruthless
There's
Predator.
a 1 in 3 chance that it's a Ruthless Predator.
Yep. And you don't want to be playing a sharp sight, but the big sad here is now Floppy just gets to num clean up all these hatchlings.
Yep. Yeah. This is the hawk invading a nest of lurkers and just devouring the eggs, the younglings taken down. This isn't Valor. This is Anakin Skywalker.
Anakin Skyhawker.
Skyhawker. Yes, we got there.
It's not the Jedi, it's the Xersai.
It is the Xersai. He took out the Xersai, all of them, including the women and the younglings.
Oh, God.
Anyway, I'm sure there's at least 3 people that enjoy that obscure Star Wars reference.
Not that obscure.
No, it's not. It really isn't. It's a meme, if nothing else. This is actually probably one of the least obscure memes I've made. All right. So,
okay.
offered you able to take out the MF, but there is still a full hand pike spell, though. That potentially changes the calculus.
Pike kind of crazy.
Kind of cracked.
It's not like a super strong pike just yet.
Right.
But you can still go ahead and use it. Get rid of one of the Valors.
Yeah, this is okay. Well, we're not going to be able to kill the pike because we're only going to be able to pull it once, and we don't have mana for sharp sight. So this is fine. Only 4 damage going to be dealt. We attack. We pull. Yeah, basically making it so Pike is not going to want to block here. Don't want to give Pike any additional value for free. And likely just an attack with the Quinn here. And like, this is strong for sure, but it's not, you know, being at 15 is not the end of the world from Offerdrew here.
All right, and now, I mean, the Pike gonna go up to 5 attack. This is a little bit annoying for Mafraju that the Bright Steel comes down. The Quinn just gonna be protected, but you can still swing with the Dune Breaker.
A little damage in. Little chip here. Now again, took the chance. Did not take the blood bait, but gonna play it here. I guess maybe just wanted to see, like, do I hit a Rek'Sai or maybe I hit a Pike or something?
Yeah, you actually kind of need one of those. You need something big here. And so that was the hope, was that you would hit there. And if not, now you're going to blood bait to try and do it on this turn.
Right.
Because you're trying to hit this Pike. There's the Snapjaw. Gonna come through. I mean, we'll see if it's another Pike on the next turn. It wasn't a Rek'Sai.
Now, if it was a Pike, we're surviving here, right? I think. Pretty sure. Okay, gonna take a rip.
Yeah, you just need more blockers. That's not really the blocker you wanted, because that just gets stopped.
Yeah, that in fact is not a blocker. Yeah, take a block. Take an attack. may have spoken too soon saying that we're alive here because Quinn is leveling.
Yeah, I think we're dead. I think we're dead here.
Yeah, we're super dead.
I think we're quite dead.
Okay.
Floppy gonna find game 1. So Lurk already dropping once, but that does not mean that Mafraju is out of it. We saw this last time, right? Lurk fell, had a bad game, and it came back and had an insane game, and then it's the final one that really made all the difference. So
right,
it is this next game that is going to matter a ton for the series. I mean, obviously it does, because you know, if you lose, then you're done, you're out. But Lurk in general has been very, very hit and miss for Mafraju today. And it really just is live and die by the Lurk. It has to come through right here, right now, for Mafraju to have a chance to make this final.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, like, if you really think about it, like, you kind of don't, like, it always feels bad losing the first game, right? Because then it's like, oh, I need to win 2 in a row. But if you take a step back, or maybe a step forward, depending on how you look at it, and you go, okay, this Lurk deck, every match is going to lose 1 game and win 1 game. Then it kind of doesn't matter, right? Then you just have to win with your other, like, if you assume that's going to happen, then you just have to win with your other deck and you're fine, right? Now, obviously, if the Lurk deck loses 2 in a row, well, then you're out, right? But if it's like, okay, well, it's going to average out to be a 1 win and 1 loss, and sometimes I get that win first and I don't have to worry about the loss, then it kind of feels okay.
Once again, missing the attack token on 1. We're going to see if we still run into the same issue.
Okay.
Gonna hit Lurk this time.
We hit Lurk. That was a if I miss Lurk there and the Akshan gets a free block, I'm probably just conceding. Or at least I'm considering conceding.
Alright, but Hammer Snout going to come down.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and put the vulnerable on to Akshan. No play for turn 4 currently, other than, I mean, a Ruthless Predator, but that's not super helpful. Mafraju gonna hope that she hits something actually playable. I would say that the Predict would be your best possible card.
Yeah. Predict would be nice because obviously you can at least get a shot at hitting a Pike or a Rek'Sai. That's not bad. I mean, potentially pushing, threatening some damage. Yeah, a card that is castable. That's always a good one.
And actually, Waking Sands allows you to use Ruthless Predator to kill this Akshan if you want.
True.
Of course, there can be answers of combat tricks on Floppy's side as well.
Yeah, I don't think you feel too bad about that, though.
Okay, not going to commit to it, but does hit the Lurk.
Yeah, keeping it is fine. I don't mind keeping it because you want to potentially have that Ruthless Predator. Okay, we're just going to do it here. I think if you were going to go for that play, I would have liked making the Waking Sands vulnerable so that you could protect one of your lurkers and hit with the pull with the 2/1. We'd be in the same spot, except we would have an extra lurker instead of a treasure keeper here, or treasure seeker.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would have liked that a little bit better.
I didn't mind holding it though, because if we held it, then we're saying, okay, well, it will always give us our Under Titan proc, and then also we can vulnerable a low health unit to potentially push with Overwhelm.
Yeah, I just like committing to one or the other, right? Like, I'm with you. I would have preferred committing to one or the other, but
yeah,
at least, you know, still getting the same trade that would have happened minus 1 lurker. We'll see if that ends up coming into effect overall. Under Titan coming out, offered you going to be able to do that or a Dune Breaker on the next turn as well, but Riposte being picked up is really scary because that is going to let this Akshan just get way better trades and really accelerate the Warlord's Horde.
These riposts have been doing work for Floppy across multiple decks. Okay. Threaten to kill the Akshan. Under Titans coming through.
Hit the lurk again, but was it a champion? Was not Rek'Sai, so was it Pike?
Certainly could have been. All right, Akshan now going to be saved. Again, like this, if that 2-1 was in fact the lurker, we would have had 4 extra damage coming through, or the Sivir would have had to block.
It was a blood bait.
Ooh, blood bait. Not necessarily what we're looking for here, though. If Offridge is able to survive and keep the board integrity, Under Titan and the Beetle is going to be pushing a lot of overwhelm damage. But with the Absolver and Golden Aegis, potentially going to be threatening a ton of damage. Yep, just going to take the value Absolver here. Kill the Under Titan.
Yeah. Just clearing up this board. Offridge just has the Beetle.
Yep. Now just not even worried, right? I mean, the Beetle itself is not going to, I don't believe, going to be threatening lethal. 6. If we hit Rek'Sai off the top, Ruthless Predator. It's always the Ruthless Predator.
That's
6, we can go to 7, 8, 9, -4 is 5. I don't think that we have enough.
Yeah. It's
not to mention the Concerted Strike.
And yeah, there's no response to Concerted, so just gonna go for the Akshan. It's not Rek'Sai again.
Yeah, no response to the Concerted Strike is not going to be looking great. Right now, Mafraju has to like preemptively use the burrow or the spell here to get some blockers and another.
I mean, it's game. I'm pretty sure, right?
There's 2. All right, with the reduced cost, we can. Yeah, we got 2 rallies. Yeah, that's probably good enough.
You might as well rally and see what happens. We might just get Vagabond instead, because like double rally is obviously best if you know that they have no units.
Right.
Because you just win. I mean, I guess that Call to Pack can give you a unit.
Right. All right, what do we have? Okay, Under Titan. Okay, we got 2 big ones, but that doesn't really make a difference. We also don't need to rally this turn. We can develop open attack, then see what happens.
Yep. Develop, open, rally twice next turn.
Yeah, seems good.
Can also Absolver, give everything overwhelm if you want. I mean, you don't really need to. It's just threatening lethal itself. First block comes out.
9, 10, 11, 12.
You can actually just play Absolver if you wanted to, but you also can just rally twice. Like, you can hit okay.
I don't hate casting Absolver. It's like the first.
I don't either. It's fine.
It's the first check. They literally can't have. They would need to have Pike Spell plus Bone Skewer to even threaten to kill Sivir. All right. Yeah, this one's pretty locked and loaded here. This floppy Mudkip gonna take a quick 2-0. The Lurk not able to do it this time around. Just a little too much of a falter. As Floppy's able to 2-0 the Lurk deck here.
Yeah, live and die by the Lurk for Mafraju, and this time it was die by the Lurk. Did not happen in the losers bracket final, and that means Floppy is going to get that rematch against What Am I. Gonna be a tough one. Gonna be a tough one. I guess it's not a rematch, actually. Lost to Mafraju.
I was going to say, I didn't think that they played, but I'm taking your word for it. No, this is actually the first appearance of these two players here. As Floppy lost in the semis and crawled his way back, whereas What Am I made it straight to the winners finals on the other side of that bracket. So this will be the first match of these two, and I actually don't know if I've seen these two play against each other. I'm positive that they have. I don't know if we've seen it in Fight Night before.
Yeah, I don't know if they've been on the same Fight Night. I don't know if that's just been a thing. They might have dodged each other throughout the Fight Nights they've been on. What Am I used to be on a lot more Fight Nights in some of the earlier days of Fight Night. It was on occasionally still. We still get him. But Floppy, of course, being a more newcomer to the Fight Night space. So getting to see this matchup is going to be a lot of fun. I do think the Demacia lists tend to stack up okay into a lot of the burn, just because the board centric, they do get on board relatively quickly. They get that control. So might be a tough one for What Am I, but we'll see. I mean, he's been drawing really, really well with the decimates, finding that burn. He's been playing really well on the burn list. He's been speed running this Fight Night, and now it's just one more match to go. Blev, these finals are coming up. Of course, we've got to take a quick break before the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, and I'm joined by Blevins. We're about to jump into the grand finals here of Fight Night Legends. Jeez, my brain is just turning off right now. It's just turning off. Just give me the bracket. Just give me the bracket, man. Just Blevins, just
I got it. I got you, man. I got you.
Let's go.
We've had a.
It's been a day.
It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Kind of a quick one. Not as quick as last week, though. I think we were done at 20 minutes ago last week, which is kind of crazy to think. But we are here. We've made it to the grand finals. What am I versus Floppy Mudkip? Now, a lot of times we'll see the run back, right? We'll see two players who've played earlier, sometimes in the winners bracket finals, where the loser of that match just, wins one more game and makes it back up to get the rematch. This is not the case here. Floppy fell in the semis, then worked his way back through a number of additional opponents, besting Mafraju, the player who dropped him into the lower bracket originally, and now has made it back to yet another Fight Night Finals for Floppy Mudkip. What am I, though? Made it straight up, has had a relatively dominant performance in the matches that we've seen him on, but Floppy's playing for history here to become the undisputed all-time Fight Night champion in terms of number of Fight Night wins. This would be his 5th, putting him above Ultraman and above anyone else. So Floppy is coming from a deficit, needs to do the bracket reset, but is playing potentially for a little more than just the $50 money match.
The pride, the clout, the pride, the clout. That's what he's playing for. Yep. Playing for the both of those, and going up against a burn lineup from What Am I, but still having these Demacia lists and these relatively low to the ground lists of his own. Ends up being pretty okay. Scouts historically did have a pretty good burn matchup. It actually was one of the decks that started to de-seat burn at the start of Rising Tides. It was actually a MF Scouts list that made it so people were kind of getting off of burn because they were losing against Scouts a lot. So this is something that, it definitely can find that victory. Even if that's banned, the other two lists I think are reasonable. Akshan Sivir can put out enough pressure that it works out, so it's definitely a very winnable, it's a doable back-to-back win. But also What Am I can certainly find that damage, can find these extra points of damage because the healing isn't there. So if What Am I is able to piece together the points of damage, he's gonna get there. It's not a worry about that. It's not like unwinnable matchups. It's just that, it's a doable reverse.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. But the one thing to note is a lot of the triple Demacia deck is not designed, or at least these builds of the triple Demacia lineup is not designed to beat these the triple burn lineup, right? Where these cards like the Golden Aegis and even the 4 Demacias generated from the Sergeants are less good against a deck that is putting constant cheap pressure on you the entire game, right? The control decks that are taking these passes and maybe have to overcommit for an inefficient removal spell, and then you get to punish them by attacking on their turn. That's where Golden Aegis really gets a lot of effect. But against a deck that's playing so many 1-drops, just beating you down from turn 1 on, and then just trying to get as much damage as possible till the board is out of their control, goes over the top with the Decimates, with the the Doom Beasts, the other various burn spells across these 3 decks. A little bit less good against those decks. So we'll have to see which card is better, Casa. Is it 9 Decimates or is it 9 Rallies?
Well, card for card, it's the 9 Decimates. But when it comes down to the lineup, we'll have to see. Because, specifically the Rallies are actually kind of some of the worst cards in the matchup.
Yep.
Even though they tend to be good against a lot of these other decks. But the Decimates are still going to find a lot of value no matter what. These other decks don't have healing from Floppy, so these Decimates, that 4 damage is sticking every single time. Matter of getting to where those Decimates are actually good for What Am I? That's the hard part. So it's funny that the key card of both matchups very much isn't the best card in the matchup because of the fact that what the Demacia lists do that's good against the burn list is make it difficult for you to get the early damage to make your Decimates really good. And what the aggro deck does is puts on so much pressure that the rallies are unplayable because you have to stop it. So it is funny that we talk about these like 9x cards that are being played and them being a little bit tough here. So we're jumping in. It's gonna be the Teeny Dactyl, the Gnar Ziggs on the side of what am I? And over on the side of Floppy Mudkip, we do have the Fae list with Tristana. We haven't seen too much of this from Floppy today. Been a lot of the other two Demacia decks making it through.
Yeah, this one gets banned a decent amount. I do like this choice from What Am I to leave this one up. I think, as you mentioned, it's probably the Scouts that's banned. I guess it could, obviously, the other option is Sivarakchan. My thought is probably Scouts gets banned here, but we'll have to wait and see. I do think that this, all of these decks go wide, right? But I think that the relatively inefficient manner in which this deck does so could potentially be exploited by What Am I? It's small margins to say the least, but it is possible that could happen.
I do love this like little synergy that people probably like. It probably wasn't an intentional synergy, but it's really cool. Is Inventive Chemist on 1 into Teeny Dactyl on 4?
Yeah.
Just perfectly setting up for that. And even better with attacking on odds, because it's an off turn and you can just jam that Teeny Dactyl and get the benefit.
Yeah, very strong indeed. Now, Ziggs can come through. This Ziggs actually still threatening to kill the 2/2 here, as it does.
Yep.
Right, it does 1 to the blocker and 1 to the face, but sharp side 1 to threaten to kill the Ziggs. And What Am I has to be fine with it. There's no other option here. Floppy even gets to keep the blocker around, but 2 damage still coming through, and a Teeny Dactyl online here.
Yep, and I mean, for What Am I, you just still have to take the attacks to try and get that chip damage in. We talked about the Decimates. Like, the Decimates matter. All the burn damage matters. You just get as much as you can. You run Ziggs as more of a value card than anything. He dealt the damage to face, and he got a card out of Floppy. Cool. Sick. Like, that's what you want out of this card.
Yep, that's what you need. Now... Oh, Teeny Dactyl's going to come out, and the Buster Shot is going to be devastating here. Not going to be able to level up. Not going to be able to level up the Teeny Dactyl. It is gone, and now a lot of the pressure off on the side of What Am I, but still has a decent amount of cards in hand, has some burn to go over the top. But not the position that he's necessarily wanting to be in here.
Yeah, I mean, Concologist can find more burn too. We'll see what was picked up. A recall, so that might be able to set up the Demolitionist to get more damage out. Grumble Slug keeps Sharp Side open.
The old Grumble Slug still generating value. Rarely put in the deck, but also rarely a bad one to hit off of something like a mare.
Yeah, I mean, super nice, right? Turns it into a 1-mana card that has a tune, so you're just playing essentially just a free 2/3.
Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right.
3-mana Gnar, pretty good as well.
Yeah, I'd play that card in my deck.
I'd play 4-mana Gnar.
I have and continue and will continue to, as long as it remains 4 mana.
I'd think about playing 5-mana Gnar. I'd consider it.
I definitely would consider playing 5-mana Gnar. All right, so What Am I has 4, 7, 8 damage of burn in hand. Potentially another 1 with the Saboteur. But Floppy going to be making a very large attack here. All right, we're going to get some blocks. I think the Fervor is going to be thrown out here. Coast is pretty much clear to do so. Unless you're targeting the 2-1, which I don't think What Am I is going to be doing.
Yeah, I like holding back the 2-1. Like, you're not taking that much damage here, and just that 1 extra damage can matter on the math. Unless he's calced it out and he doesn't need it, but...
Yeah, it's basically, do you want to trade 2 damage for 1 in Floppy Mudkip's favor? And I think at this point, you probably do. You probably need to, honestly.
Yeah, you're ahead on the race. We're going to do Quicken.
Oh, we're going to Quicken. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yep, makes sense. I forgot that you can target your own units with Quicken. All right,
just gonna decimate. So I'm pretty sure. What am I just hoping to find another unit for this demolitionist, because you want to attack in with the saboteur. Okay, so that means you're never casting Wallop on the saboteur, because if you ever were gonna cast Wallop on the saboteur, you of course cast it on the previous turn.
Right.
This is allowing the saboteur to get 1 damage in. There's a precious pet, but you can just open with the saboteur. You just take the 1 damage.
Yep. And that was a miss from What Am I? The pet not very good here.
What do we lose? Lose the fervor.
Okay, that's huge.
It's a lot of damage taken away. And the rally, we talked about not normally being that great. Actually very good here. As Floppy does have the full board.
Block. Take 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, this is just...
dead on open. Yeah,
dead.
I mean, this is going to be Floppy's game.
Dead right now. All right, Pokey Stick. I don't think that there's a series of cards that What Am I can draw into that gets him out of this. Concologist certainly is a start, though. Now, I have to imagine that What Am I is actually doing some sort of math here, because he's not one to slow roll the opponent for no reason. Block 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He would go... Okay, doesn't actually need to block with the Concologist, technically. That is going to put him dead to Sharp Sight, which Mudkip is going to develop. And we are going to a game number 2. Mudkip taking down game number 1.
Yeah, Mudkip trying to get this bracket reset. Already 1 game up. Needs 3 more games to take it. What am I going to have to come back against Ukshan Sivir, try and find 2 wins in a row?
Yeah, gonna have to try to do it. I mean, the burn decks are pretty consistent in what they're able to do, so certainly not out of the realm of possibility. And if he is able to do that, that's gonna be it. What Am I, of course, on the winner's side here, so only needs to get the the 1 set, whereas Floppy does need to reset and then take an additional set there.
Yeah, I mean, just gonna have to find those wins, but again, we talked about it before the match started. All of Floppy's decks are capable of beating burn decks. There's no deck here that's going to struggle against it. And because it's a triple burn lineup, that would just be lights out, right? If you've got 1 deck that can't beat burn, you're going to lose against a triple burn lineup. All 3 of Floppy's decks are capable of winning.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is certainly anyone's game here. Of course, Floppy, I mean... technically up in this game at least, but be coming through here. Still, we're seeing double here. There we go. All right, we have the Gnar on the side of What Am I. Certainly one he's probably pretty happy to see.
Yep, some good early damage potential out of Stone Stackers and the Precious Pet. Can consider an open attack on this board. It's not bad. Development punishes are a lot worse. Bright Steel Protector is a really scary one. Looks like this might just be a sharp sight from Floppy to defend. Will still take the expected 3 damage. Just keeps the blocker alive. Oncologist Chemist seems like the play for one of mine. Ooh, Blade's Edge. Just trying to get a little bit more damage or a barrier popper.
Yeah, definitely a relevant one for sure. One that we don't necessarily see very often. Unless you're playing a Katarina deck, which we also don't see often.
There's a Decimate off the top for one of my. He's already pushed 5. He's got a lot of good ways to push more damage as well, so seems very possible. We could just see a Demolitionist come down onto the pet since it has vulnerable, but it is still gonna block something here, so there is, you know, something to say about that. Gnar gonna come down. That looks like it's gonna be a Blade Edge face.
Yeah, get the not necessarily planned level up of Gnar here on the side of Floppy, as there's not really a ton of ways to do that at 1 mana, but you can always count on Concologist to give you an out here, and leveling up Gnar is going to be a huge tempo swing, as it always is. A lot of damage, board getting pared down a bit. Gnar attacking basically just a Decimate in and of himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's Decimate plus removal. Gonna put Floppy to 10. I mean, Floppy can buff to reduce the damage taken, but can't actually get this above 6 without playing both Absolver, Sharpsight, and Shapestone, which, again, not enough mana. Plus, that would be horrible. But yeah, I mean, the Gnar are getting a lot of work done. Demolitionist now, you can just pop that. Get 2 more in, and you've got a Decimate to cut this in half. Plus, the mana's already been spent from Floppy, so you're just pushing all this damage with the Black Powder Grenade.
Yep.
The skill from the Demolitionist.
Yeah.
The Chemist. Another little damage potential coming through.
Yeah, now that 1 damage plus the Pokey Stick plus the Decimate, that's just burn lethal.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the clock that's represented, and it's certainly not enough time for Floppy.
Yeah, and that's on top of the board presence as well.
Yeah, so it seems that Whatamai has found 1 game against Akshan Sivir, and we'll have to find 1 more. With, it looks like Pirates is the other deck available.
Floppy's still going to try to put himself in the best position possible. Problem is that attacking actually will... Okay, yeah. What am I just gonna use the Decimate now? Says, you know what? Let's just get that in while we can. I don't recall. Let me see. Does Floppy have... Okay, Floppy does have 1 of Red Negation. So what am I notably waiting for Floppy to go below 4 mana before committing that Decimate? The coast is clear. That's exactly what he's going to be looking for. Gnar can actually block here and reduce the cost of that Pokey Stick to get another card if he wants. He might as well. You get a free block here. We can Sharp Sight to kill the Gnar, but then that's not damage going to face. I mean, what am I really not going to care one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, you can just pokey after this. set up to just have this bomb blow up in 2 turns.
Okay. Yep.
Pokey costs 1. There it goes.
Yep.
No chance of right.
Yep. There's just like 1,000 different things that can be drawn that increase this clock. Now, if what am I? Okay. There's nothing here. Although I wonder if what am I had drawn another Legion rearguard there, and then drew the 3rd one off the top, so there was no additional blockers, and there was a rally. I wonder if that would have been enough.
So just rally on that next turn?
To rally on that next turn, and then potentially threaten lethal with no blockers. I don't actually know.
I don't think with cards in hand that Floppy could win with just a rally, and then the next turn the bomb goes off and kills him, so he doesn't get that other attack. So just be
needed to win on exactly that very next turn because with a rally.
Yeah.
But either way, we're going into a game 3 of set number 1. If What Am I takes this down, it is over. We have a Fight Night champion. If Floppy's able to take this one, we will go into a bracket reset, and we will have 1 additional best of 3.
All right. Well, rear guard on 1 gets that 3 damage already. That hurts. Floppy does have Akshan, Shield of Durand. We saw the power of that in an earlier game.
Mm-hmm.
Might not be so good against the wide board that One of Mine might be able to present here with Marai Warden. There's MF. Board is already pretty terrifying.
Yeah, not looking great for Floppy. We can either develop another blocker or save. We can actually develop Fleet Feather Tracker and still have Sharp Sight to trade with MF. Let's just look for a Faceless Hunter, or sorry, Merciless Hunter. Faceless Hunter is a card from Hearthstone that I haven't played in probably 4 years. Don't know why that popped into my mind, but either way, we're here. Attack's coming through.
Yeah, just gonna pressure in 5 damage. Get this down to 12. Have a Gangplank in hand as well.
Yeah, Gangplank pretty strong. All right, we have another Akshan. We've got Fleet Feather Tracker. We can start to, deal with the board a bit. But the thing is like these units are not meant to stick around and do sustained damage. They are meant to do a chunk and then trade off, or potentially both.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you can just Demolitionist onto the Jagged Butcher, and it leaves you with still a Make It Rain to potentially just clear off one of these blockers and attackers.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Leads into not a bad GP develop and swing, or potentially just an open attack into GP develop to set up a turn 6 Fervor. There's a couple good lines. What am I in a very good position to close this out?
Yeah. Okay, gonna do the Make It Rain first.
Okay, so he'll see Sharp Sight. This notably will not allow What Am I to play Demolitionist unless Floppy develops, which we do see. So there's the Akshan trying to get the free trade, it looks like, onto the Jagged Butcher. So now you get to just jam Demolitionist, get that 2 damage through.
Yep. Fleet Feather Tracker not really looking to make any of these other trades.
Okay, but GP. Turn 5. There's no good attack, so we're just going to see that jammed. Level up on Akshan. Trying to think, like, how good the Palace ability is going to be here. Oh, I forgot he did tech in this TF.
Oh, he's got a TF. Oh yeah, we've seen this from one of my the TF, the one of I
forget he likes that. I forget he likes this. It's actually the one of GP. It's the 2 of TF. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
no,
normally
that makes sense.
normally not the GP anymore after the nerfs. It's the TF. We just haven't seen him draw it today.
Right.
I mean, that does open up the argument of, do you play Precious Pet plus either red card or gold card and then go in that way versus just the GP. But I also kind of just like GP, and then if Floppy doesn't open attack,
right,
you get to utilize the keg with a card.
Super red card, yeah.
But instead, what are my passes? So Floppy has this pass that he can just accept. It's because he's got the Relic of Power.
Yeah. Yep. There's just such a low chance that Floppy throws away that card to take a like pretty mediocre pass. It's like not even a mana advantage. It's not a board advantage. It would just be like throwing away a very powerful card for basically nothing. So I really love the pass.
Yeah, it's trading an attack token for your Relic of Power. That is the trade.
Yeah, which is good for What Am I? Even though, well, attack token is actually not even good here for What Am I right now. Now it can be good, as now it becomes better, but it's not super great. Do we see the rarely used Relic of Power create a 5/2 to block GP, or perhaps the give everything +1/+0 to allow the 4/2 to trade? No, everyone always picks predict.
What would you like? Vicarian Bruiser, Vicarian Bruiser, or Vicarian Bruiser? Which one?
No.
No. No, thank you. No, I'd rather not. I don't think I will.
Will prefer not to. Oh, also, I'm forgetting that Gangplank was nerfed, so you don't actually even need the +1/+0 or the 5/2. So yeah, no, those were wrong. Those would have been wrong to pick. But then Floppy Mudkip just got to take 3 looks at a bruiser.
Which bruiser would you like? No, thank you. GP, I mean, you just swing. Just take your overwhelm damage. Be happy with it. Yep. You've got your keg.
Yeah, do your. It all comes down to fractions of a decimate, right?
Fractions of a decimate. That's
How
true.
much are you doing? You're doing.
That's true. We have done that before.
75% of a decimate. It's decimates and healing pots. That's how. Yeah. That's the math that.
75% of a decimate.
Yep. Or a whole healing pot. All right, so we can Fervor Keg, we can TF Red Card. TF Keg Red Card is
I mean it's like if this game wasn't already potentially like over, it's so over. So yeah, we get the attack. That's gonna lead to a Fervor.
Yep. I think so, yeah. I mean, we can have Concerted Strike, which would certainly be used here, but you're not that upset, I think, if you're What Am I if the Concerted Strike comes out.
So I will say the craziest thing is that What Am I can brick and lose still.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Because he has 1 damage, but he does not have a way to get past these blockers.
Right.
And so if he finds no damage, Floppy is going to win with the rally.
Yeah, that is.
He actually
very true.
only has 1 draw to find 1 damage.
Potentially. I think you'd have to blue card, right? I don't think the difference between 1 and 2 is very much. Let me take a look at the list.
Opens up Make It Rain as a potential out.
Ugh, I don't like that.
He found 1. He found 1,
yeah.
And there's no possible response. That's gonna do it.
Wait. Oh yeah, develop
What Am I
here.
has it?
Well, what if Floppy rallies right now? Attack comes through. If I wonder. I don't think the rally
you still
was
would be able
enough.
to block with the 2 precious pets, and it wouldn't kill you. You'd be very low, but it wouldn't kill you.
Wow.
So he finds the 1. He just needed 1.
I mean, for what it's worth, there were a lot of outs there.
Yeah, there's a good amount of outs for sure. There were still, though, a pretty significant amount of bricks. Sure. Admittedly.
Yeah, Mirai Warden, Rear Guard, another Precious Pet, Arachnoid Sentry, Island Navigator.
Yeah.
And then Make It Rain is like a pseudo miss. Yeah, there was definitely it was like maybe just like my gut is looking at like maybe like 50-50 in terms of hitting there.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to do the actual math, but like
okay, I'll do the actual math. Okay,
go do the,
no. Okay.
So there's actually like there's good hits, right? There's 3 Corsairs. I believe there was 2 Saboteurs left.
Yeah.
There was 1 Make It Rain left.
1 Demolitionist.
The 3 Zaps probably lead to a win, right?
Zap, yeah, Zap's almost.
So like there's still like a lot of hits, but end of the day, actually Zap might have been too expensive. You wouldn't have been able to play it, and TF. So either way,
right.
Doesn't matter. Found the 1 damage that you needed. What am I going to take it in the first set? Takes a 2-1 over Floppy. Floppy is gonna come back for his 4th week next week.
Still gets a rebuy.
And gonna still try and just overtake Ultraman on that tie for most amount of Fight Night wins, but it's not gonna be this week. What am I gonna take it instead, and will join Floppy in the next Fight Night. But What Am I don't think we've had a Fight Night win from What Am I in a minute, and it is good to have him back. The last time he won in Fight Night, he was playing aggro, he was playing Battle Furies.
Yes.
This time playing triple burn. What Am I takes a Fight Night once again. He's back. He's back.
You love to see it. I'm wondering. Well, I'll wait if we're getting if we're gonna be getting an interview. I'm gonna ask if well, I'll save the question for when he's actually on. But I definitely have one for him. But before he gets on, I want to point this out because no one noticed. I switched my hat every round and not a single person noticed. And I want to point this out, not because like that's completely uninteresting and doesn't matter. But I did have a special hat in case there was a bracket reset.
You're gonna reveal it? You're gonna share it? You're not gonna hold the bit?
Well, I'm not gonna do the hat
now it's
thing
too late.
again.
Now it's too late.
The hat thing's just not. It's just not good enough to keep doing. But this, I was gonna bring out the top hat for the bracket reset, but we didn't get there. What am I? Ends up taking it down in the first one.
All right, but we are getting What Am I on the line. We might even have him right now. Hello, What Am I? Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going, Casa?
Hey, what's up, Jordan? Excited to have you, buddy. You picked up the win. It's been a minute since we had you pick up a Fight Night win. The last time, I believe, you were playing an aggro lineup as well. If I'm remembering correctly, it would have been like discard and probably endure actually for a Fight Night win. I know you've had some good placements, but first place, it's been a minute. But back to aggro, you're back. How does it feel being back on the aggro list?
I mean, sometimes people just get too out of line and you gotta burn them down, man. I ain't seeing no Radiant Guardians. Let's go.
Look, I agree. So all these kids out here playing their combo lists, playing their mid-range, their stuff. They're not playing any healing. You gotta punish them. You gotta punish them. Remind them who the king is around here.
Exactly.
You gotta.
Honestly, I just saw everybody showing up expecting to play into Demacia, and if you're playing into Demacia, everyone's ready for these big, like, board slammy facepalm decks, and no one's gonna bring healing, so good times.
Hey, if the healing's out of town, it's time to burn them down, and you definitely did in this one. A lot of really dominant sets we took, but I gotta ask this because, of course, Boulevard notoriously called you out on the seasonal, and then you come back after the seasonal. Obviously, a really great performance in the seasonal as well. Then you come back, and you've won multiple tournaments since then. How much of your success do you owe to just the rage? I need to prove the spite. Just to spite Boulevard. How much of it is there?
I'm gonna be real, like at least 60%. Like that. I got a fire lit under my ass a little bit, and I'm gonna own that. And I just since that last seasonal, I've been winning almost every tournament I've entered. So we're gonna see if I can keep this hot streak going.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it, Jordan. Now, the really important question is like, you run 3 aggro decks, but you didn't manage to sneak in a Battle Fury. And I need to know, man, like what happened? What happened to you? What's wrong?
What happened to me is Wallop. I can't bring my Battle Furies when there are all these stuns around, man. They get me.
A good point. Look, Jordan, that's a good point. I'll accept that. I'm sad about it, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, you're so right. Only the mad lad Rico Rex can really play these Battle Fury decks to success these days.
I mean, I won the last Mastering Runeterra Daily with a Battle Fury list. It still works.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'll take that. I'll accept that, Jordan. I will accept that. I'll accept that. When is Endure coming back?
Endure is coming back when Targon leaves, so never.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, never coming back. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, Jordan. Blev, you got any more questions for our boy here?
Nah, I had my banger and it was answered flawlessly, so I'm content with that.
All right. Well, always happy to have you on, Jordan. Do you have any final shout outs or people you want to call out that you want to play against next week, maybe?
That I want to play against next week? You know what? How long has it been since we've gotten Kever on here? Can we get that fool back in?
Look, look, Croc, you hear him? Calling out Kever. He wants to whoop Kever's ass on stream, live on air.
I'm down.
He's like,
gotta get that.
Jordan's with
that
me.
beef.
He's like, Lee Sin sucks. Like, Kever, hey Kever, I'm looking at you, Kever. Lee Sin sucks. Come on, Fight Night. All right. Like,
there we go.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. All right. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate it. Congratulations on the win. Excited to see you next week.
Peace. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, Blevins. That's gonna do it for Fight Night tonight. Do you got any final thoughts, any things you want to say before I close out the show for the day?
No, great Fight Night. The only thing is, let's take a look at the bracket one more time. I think that's what was just said. Yes, it was. Okay, I did hear it. Here it is in all of its glory. What am I taking it down? The not the completely clean sweep, but a number of 2-0s. Actually, only dropped one game to Floppy.
Prism Sword.
Or sorry, to Prism Sword earlier.
Also Floppy in the final. I think that's just a mistype.
Yeah, there was one game in the finals, but very, very clean run from What Am I? So congrats to him. But no, I think, really great Fight Night again, as always. But again, if you want to be in the contention to play in Fight Night, !LOR, sign up in the chat. You can, put your information in and have a shot at being in Fight Night. We're looking to broaden the horizons of players. We want to see new players. We want to get new people in, get people's names out there, start people's journeys in terms of tournaments and LOR competitive right here on Fight Night.
All right, but with all that said, it's been a great night of games once again. Congratulations to What Am I on the victory. Congrats to Floppy on making it back for another week. He's just set up a tent. He's hanging out here with us on Fight Night, and we'll see him next week. But for me and Blevins and the rest of the crew here on Giant Slayer, thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.